Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole for Monday, March 7th, 2022 to order. First off, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Councillor Dunstall?
Yes, Your Worship. Item number 10.1a, I'd like to declare a conflict of interest. I own a business in town with a patio, so I won't be talking about patios when we have a discussion on 10.1a. I'll recuse myself. Thank you.
Great, that's so noted. Now, before we move to approval of the agenda, I have a couple of announcements. First, I want to echo public sentiments regarding our meeting last week and the disapproval of the behavior of several of our councillors. And as we move to in-person meetings, so we need to re-examine our procedural bylaw. And just have it here. Procedural bylaw, section 710, announcements. Number 1, announcements by members shall be limited to 3 minutes each. 2, announcements shall be for the sole purpose of informing other members of the general public on items of interest, such as recognizing exceptional events, groups, people, achievements, and to raise public awareness of important issues in the town. All right. I'd like to also acknowledge that International Women's Day is taking place tomorrow on March 8th. It's celebrated annually. International Women's Day celebrates the cultural, political, and socio-economic achievements of women around the world. It also encourages residents and global leaders to acknowledge issues such as gender equality, reproductive rights, and violence and abuse against women. This year, the Government of Canada's theme for International Women's Day is Women Inspiring Women. The 2022 theme encourages us to celebrate the women and girls who inspire us by demonstrating leadership in the choices they make in their day-to-day lives to contribute to social, economic, cultural, and political spheres. And also this week, March 10th, is Harriet Tubman Day, which honors the anti-slave activist. Tubman was an American abolitionist, humanitarian, and an armed scout during the American Civil War. After escaping slavery herself, Tubman made upwards of 13 missions to rescue approximately 70 enslaved families through the Underground Railroad. Tubman lived in St. Catharines from 1851 to 1858 and continued to serve as an activist in the post-war era. We hope everyone observes Harriet Tubman Day by learning about how she never stopped fighting for human dignity, human rights, opportunity, and justice. Now we move to the approval of the agenda. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the March 7th, 2022 Committee of the Whole agenda be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to item number 4, our public meeting. Public meeting held pursuant to Section 12 of the Development Charges Act. First up, Nancy Neal from PL Watson and Associates, Watson and Associates, PLE manager. Sorry, Nancy.
That's
welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and member of council. I'm sharing my screen. I just want to make sure that you guys can see it before I continue on.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go over a brief presentation of the proposed amendment to the development charges rates that are in place. Just going through what the purpose of the meeting is, what our timelines have been, and at the end, if there's any questions from the public or council members, I'd be happy to answer whatever questions there are. So the purpose of today's public meeting is to incorporate some changes to only one service. The service is related to a highway, which includes your roads and related infrastructure. It is a mandatory meeting under the Development Charges Act, and subsequent to tonight, you will consider the bylaw for amendment. There is that 60-day minimum circulation period. So we released the background study in January, and there's a minimum 60 days before you can consider the amendment to the bylaw. So we have met all of the statutory requirements for timing. So subsequent to your bylaw being passed in 2021, we've working with staff noticed that there was a couple of deductions that should have taken place to the services related to a highway section based on the local service policy. The local service policy is a policy that clearly states the works that are required by the developers to do as part of their development agreements versus works that have a broader benefit that go into the development charges. So that is what we are amending tonight. We did go through in January calculation and policy review with staff. We did release that background study on January 20th. Tonight is our public meeting, and as mentioned, you will be back to amend and pass, consider passage of the amending bylaw on March 21st. Specifically, the projects that are impacted, the local service policy states that for projects, road infrastructure upgrades that are required because of development that are external to the development but abutting it, 50% of that cost is to be considered a local service and the requirement of the developer to put in place. The other 50% of it is included in the development. So there was two projects, project 15 and 16, that required a 50% deduction to take place. The first project was the North Service Road, fifth wheel. So there was a reduction that should have taken place to that study or to that road as well. We were assuming that the town would have to issue growth-related debentures on that project to help finance it. And because the project itself is being reduced by 50%, the amount of debt you would have to incur is also 50% because the developers would be picking up the difference. Project 16 was the other project that was required to have a deduction to it. And so we've made these deductions, and overall what it is actually presenting is a reduction in the charges for the services related to a highway component. So for a single and semi-detached unit, it is reducing by $792 per unit. So it's going from $4,155 to $3,363 just for the roads component. And then the other types of residential units will also decrease. And then for the non-residential, for industrial development, there's a 24-cent per square foot reduction. And for the non-industrial development, there's a 50-cent per square foot deduction. What that does to your charges is it reduces your, as I have highlighted here in yellow, that services related to a highway component. So your current charges will actually reduce overall in the urban area from $17,600 a single family home unit down to $16,897. These are reflected in 2020 dollars, which is where your bylaw was originally costed in. And then inflation for the indexing that has taken place since will still be applied to the updated rates. For multiples, you can see charges going down to just under $11,490 per unit. The apartments that have 2 bedrooms or more are reduced down to just over $10,700 a unit. Smaller apartments, bachelor and 1 bedrooms, are just over $6,500 a unit with the adjustment. And then your special care, special dwelling units are just under $6,000 a unit with the adjustments. For the non-residential industrial, your cost per square foot reduces down to $2.64, and your non-industrial to $5.63. Overall, this is the schedule of the new rates that will become effective, plus the indexing, as I mentioned, with passage of the amending bylaw later this month. That is the overview of the presentation. Are there any questions from the public or council?
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Nancy, for your presentation. Through the mayor to you. I guess first question is, this reduction will impact the town's finances then, because this is less money that's coming in for development charges. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, actually, no, it will not impact the town's finances. The developer will pick up the 50% of
Right.
directly. So overall, the town's financing is a net zero impact. There's less of an impact on having to issue debt, though, which for the town's portion is a positive. You will not need to issue as much debt and incur as much debt capacity to finance the projects, but you're not losing and having to pick up any of the funding from property taxes, if that's your concern.
Well, yeah, you nailed it right there. So yeah, I guess I'm a little confused because in a world of accounting, when one number is reduced, another number is going to go up to counterbalance it. And so that's what the impression I got from just looking at the report is that the town's reduction in development charges from a developer would we would incur more debt, but you're saying we won't. So I believe what you say, but I just haven't got my head around it quite yet. So I'll listen to my other colleagues and see if by the end of this I've got it figured out. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay, through the mayor, just to clarify,
Sure.
if there's a direct developer contribution that's required, that would be collected at the time of their agreement.
Mhm.
So if there's $100 and it has to be split 50-50, then $50 would be collected at the time of their agreement, and then $50 would be paid for out of the development charge. So all the development charge is reducing because we're not collecting $100 through it. Overall, the town isn't impacted in having to come up with those funds from somewhere else because the developer is paying for that $50.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
That
does
makes
that make it
sense.
a little bit easier?
Yeah. Thank you. Very good. And maybe the audience was wondering too. So I hope it helped in the whole process. Thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Nancy, for your presentation. I had 2 questions, and Councillor Dunstall got my first one right off the bat there. So happy to hear that response. The next question I do have is, and maybe our Director of Public Works, maybe Brandon could also help here, Nancy, is I'm thinking of the North Service Road at the Lasani, the old fifth wheel development, and it's basically a rural road, the type that it is. It's got ditches, very deep ditches on especially on the north side. So again, when that development is completed and the road is redone, will it be a more of an urban type of a road? Because when you come Casablanca to the lake, then you turn right, so you're heading east. There is curb and gutter there, Brandon, for maybe, I don't know, maybe 100 yards or whatever, I don't know. Pretty much close to where you go into the parking. But so how will that road look? That's my question, Brandon. Will it be, will it continue as curb and gutters in front of that development?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it'll be very, very similar. Essentially, we're creating that urban cross section, extending it along from where we left off, just about where Old Winston Road is, and extending across the frontage of the new development to the other side, basically. So can't say it's going to be exactly what you're seeing to the north, the northwest kind of, but it will be an urban cross section with the development facing the one side, and then the other side would be the kind of the rural cross section where you have ditches or whatever. But there will be curb and gutter, cycling facilities, sidewalks, that kind of stuff. So.
Well, that's great to hear, Brandon. Thank you. Will there also be a turning lane for the development itself when people are in and out of the development at any points?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, that'll be one of the things that we identify where those lanes are required through the, we're looking at the specific details of the site plan process right now. So we received our first submission and we are going through those details. So there will be provisions of on-street left turn lanes. We just haven't identified where those will be yet.
Great. Thanks, Brandon. And I know that road is going to take a beating when the construction starts. So I'm sure when it's all done and completed, it'll have a good fit and it'll be good. So thank you for that. That's it for me. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you, Nancy, for the presentation. Two questions for you. Was it who brought the concern forward that there was this discrepancy? Was it a developer or was it staff who
There's
caught
no
it?
Registered speakers, right?
Oh.
Okay, so we just moved to.
Sorry, Mayor. Mayor, are you okay? Okay. Thank you. So just wondered if it was caught by staff or if it was a developer who raised it. And just the second question is, can you help me understand here that by making this adjustment, and it's a significant amount, it's like $3 to $4 million difference here with respect to the change just between the pots of money, basically. And what that does is it's reducing the per unit cost overall on our DCs for every unit going forward that's built for the future, right? So that services to a highway. So any developer now who's going to be responsible for paying development charges for future developments, had we left it the way it was, there would have been a significant significant amount of difference between what they would have paid versus what they're paying now per unit. So it's impacting down the road every development by this change. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, yes, that is correct. Every development will be paying less going forward. However, you'll still be collecting and recovering all of the funds required. It's just that 50% of these two projects, you no longer have to recover through the development charge because they are abutting the developments directly, and therefore there becomes a developer contribution that's required to be contributed for it.
So it just means that Losani, that fifth wheel development, is responsible for that $3 or $4 million difference, and the rest of the developments are going to benefit from it because now it's reducing their amount that they have to pay per unit, right?
That's correct.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
And I think I can answer the first part if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor. So it was discovered by staff when we were doing our capital budget preparation for this year. Noticed that when I was preparing the backup sheets, I was looking at funding compared to the DC study and noted there was a discrepancy there. So we identified it right away and tried to sort it out in advance of the 1 year window.
And Brandon, it doesn't impact any of the capital projects that you've got in our budget that we had that were going to be funded from DCs. When you look at that now and you look at the pots of money you were going to draw from DCs, those projects that are forecast for the next 3 years, because of this change where it's now being recovered directly from the developer, it isn't going to impact any of those projects that are forecasted, right?
Correct.
Thank
That's
you.
correct.
Yep, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions. Thank you very much for your report, Nancy. And you have a good evening. Now we move to Brandon with a study update. Brandon?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the report before you tonight is just essentially in support of Nancy's presentation, the changes to the DC bylaw, the update. I don't have to get into too much detail because I think we've covered it mostly through Nancy and the questions answered. So I'm happy to answer any other questions if there are any.
All right, seeing no other questions, need a mover and seconder for the bylaw for the development charges study. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report DPW 22-08 2020 development charges background study update dated March 7th, 2022 be received, and that council approve an amendment to bylaw 21-14 as previously amended by bylaw 21-44 for the purpose of revising the development charge calculation to recognize a reduction for developer contributions that are needed to address projects where a portion of the costs can be the direct responsibility of the developing landowners in accordance with the approved local servicing policy, and that the bylaw amendment be carried forward for approval by council at the regularly scheduled council meeting on March 21st, 2022. All in favor? That's carried. And now I now declare this public meeting closed. Now we move to number 5, adoption of the previous minutes. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the Committee of Adjustment minutes of February 15th, Active Grimsby Advisory Committee minutes of February 16th, and Grimsby Economic Development Advisory Committee minutes of February 23rd be received. Councillor Dunstall?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm a little slow tonight. I just wanted to talk a bit about the active transportation minutes, if we might. Could I have that lifted, I guess?
Yeah, the active transportation. Yeah, that'll be lifted.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we can discuss it now. The clerk will fix that.
Yeah, just
later.
let me, I'll try and get it up on my screen here. Yeah, the first one was about the appointment of a chair, because it said they were trying to find a new chair, and I just thought it odd at this time of the season. We're in the 4th year, and it said it's a 2-year term under the terms of agreement. I forget the exact expression, but so I was just curious to know why they would be voting in a new chair at the last year of the term of this committee. I thought it was odd. There wasn't anybody that stepped forward either, so they're putting it onto their next agenda. And I thought, well, why are we doing it now that we don't even have a full year left before the next municipal election? So I was just curious to know why they didn't do it halfway through the term for that 2-year process. It looks like it was forgotten, I guess. And I don't know if there's anybody here. I know Councillor Ritchie's on that committee. Is there any other councillors on that committee? Let me see. No. So I don't know if anybody can answer that question.
Mr. Mayor, maybe I can jump in, sorry.
Oh, good, Brandon.
Yeah, go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't actually attend the last meeting, but I think I can give you some background maybe to answer your question. So
okay.
With respect to the chair, obviously there was some break period between COVID where the committee actually stopped functioning. So
that's a good reason.
Came back in effect. We did renew the chair last year, and that would be 2021. And because his term has gone beyond that 2-year period, which is identified in our terms of reference, and in accordance with the
yes.
basically re-elect him. Now, again, if it's kind of reached out to the committee typically, and if we can get a volunteer to step up, then we will. If not, then we can default back to the existing chair. I think maybe the clerk can tell me if we're breaking the rules there, but I think that's how it works.
Yeah, and do they meet monthly or do they meet?
Yeah, we meet on a monthly basis. Yeah.
So they've got probably 7 meetings left in the term, because of course it says too that at the end of this term of council, and there's a new council elected, then they will go ahead and pick the new committee members. So those committee members can reapply that are on that committee now, but they will not just continue on. So yeah, I just thought it was odd. Well, that's a good explanation. And did the clerk put her hand up? I can't see. No. The other one was a Vision Zero update. I hope everybody read that, because the committee is concerned that we turned it down. And I think we were the only council in the whole of the region that did turn that down. I think everybody voted in favor of Vision Zero. And so I guess I reach out to my colleagues, and I don't know if we could, not at this point, but consider a reconsideration of this Vision Zero, that we might reconsider going ahead with what the region had offered to do for us at their expense, not our expense. So something to reconsider, if we could think about that. I'll just leave that there. And I think, was there a third? No, I don't think I had a third. It's a very good committee, and I see they're discussing a lot of, there was the item C under 6. Staff mentioned that wristbands should be reintroduced at a future committee agenda item this year. I just didn't have any details on what these wristbands were for. Is Sarah Sweeney here? Maybe she can elaborate on what wristbands are for. This is recreation program updates. I'm just curious to know when we wear wristbands. Anybody out there?
Comment through you, Mayor Jordan.
Oh, okay.
We did purchase some wristbands before COVID, if you can believe that. And it was there were reflective wristband. And so they add safety when you're walking or cycling in the community, because they have that reflective component. And the intention was to purchase them and use them as an opportunity to engage with the community and talk about active transportation. We just have
that's kind of cool.
Them.
Okay, that's really neat. Yeah, so it's a marketing initiative. Wow.
It is, and just an opportunity again to engage with the community and also add a little state element to some people's day. So we just haven't been able to utilize them, and then we're getting back out into our communities again and hosting events, which is wonderful news. We're just looking for opportunities.
When I read it, I thought, oh, do we need wristbands to get into the arena now, or do we need wristbands to get up to Southward Park, or and I don't want to wear a wristband all the time just because I want to go there once. So no, that's a really cool idea. I really like that. So you're going to initiate that then at some point.
Yeah, we'll work with the committee to do that. They're quite nice. You'll see them and like them, I think.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I think that was it. That's all I had in the way of questions.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may, if I'm allowed through by members of council, just like to give a quick overview of our GDAC meeting. It won't take long. If that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, we had a meeting on Wednesday, February 23rd, 8:30 in the morning. It was a virtual meeting, and all members of the committee were there. The minutes from the meeting, they don't show Mike Williscraft as being present, but he was there. I can vouch for that. So, yeah, there's 3 items of discussion. Our economic development officer, Frank, brought us up to speed with the business roundtable meetings update report. A lot of good discussion there. That was very successful initiative that Frank did with some business leaders in the community. We also had the economic development strategy update, another good report by Frank. And we're looking at what came out of that report. We're looking to do, as things through COVID get much better, it's going to be corporate calling. So we're going to be calling on some of the businesses to see what some of their needs and wants and maybe their wishes within the business community of Grimsby, how we can assist and help. So the committee is very excited about that initiative. The third one was the OMAFRA Red Workforce Development Funding. The province is coming up with a $150,000 funding, which municipality can get up to 70% funding for any workforce development projects within. But unfortunately, the timelines to this funding are like the middle of March. So we had a good discussion, and it's just too tight for us to try to apply. We did get some funding back with that of June from OMAFRA a couple of years back, which was great. New business, we had a little bit of discussion on the proposed development at the South Service Road and Kelson Avenue. And that's about it. And yeah, look forward to our next meeting. Thank you very much.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just wanted to make a quick comment. There was some talk about Vision Zero, and I wanted to be clear that the council, it's not that we didn't support Vision Zero. We didn't support the photo radar cameras. And there's other initiatives in Vision Zero which are currently in place in Grimsby, including 2 of those community safety zones where fines are doubled. And they have other initiatives through the Vision Zero program that we do support, and we are all supportive of zero fatalities or injuries in the traffic area. What we didn't support was the automated speed cameras, and so the region isn't doing the speed cameras because we didn't support that. But Vision Zero is a much broader program, and there will be, and currently is, initiatives being taking place in Grimsby. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'll just address the Vision Zero. I believe at our last committee of the whole meeting, or maybe it was council meeting, the last meeting, but Councillor Vane tried to bring the Vision Zero back to the table, but that got turned down. So I look to you, Mayor, as what our next steps could be with this. Can we try it again, or anyways, just
well, yes, anyone can bring a notice of motion to put it back on the table at any time. So,
thank you,
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I think the committee was specifically talking about the cameras. I just wanted to mention that if you look at the minutes, and so yeah, that was specifically what we turned down. And I'm looking over at Councillor Furtick, and I think we were the only municipality that turned it down. Can you shake your head, yes or no? Or yeah, we're the only community that turned down these cameras, and they're concerned about safety. And I think there's value in what they contribute as a committee, and I think we should reconsider it. So as the mayor said, maybe I'll bring a notice of motion at the next committee of the whole meeting to do that. So thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Bothwell.
I'll just quickly add to that Vision Zero again. The comment in the minutes does ask who is taking responsibility for the softer safety measures and road condition improvements. So there was, as Councillor Sharp mentioned, there is a lot more to the Vision Zero program. And I think Brandon did brief us on some of the updates that Public Works will be doing as per our budget as well, on how to look at improved traffic safety and pedestrian safety and bicycling safety measures for the future. So I think there's a lot of works that they have in their toolkit that they're going to be bringing forward, and I think that's part of what Active Grimsby was asking for as well. So I think as Councillor Sharp mentioned, there is a lot more to it. So I'm looking forward to those improvements coming down the pipe too. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps the clerk can confirm, but don't we require 4 months before we can look at a reconsideration? I thought that was in our bylaw.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. The 4 months, I think you're talking about the delegation. No delegation shall be made to committee or council on matters relating to policy matter upon which council has already made a decision within the last 4 months.
No, it's specifically about reconsiderations.
So for reconsiderations, it can come to council through a notice of motion first, and we would need a 2/3 majority to reconsider that.
Okay. I'm wondering, is it possible that we can negotiate with the region, because it was just one sticking point for us that we were uncomfortable with. So there were other measures that I think everybody was quite comfortable with. So maybe we can have some discussions with the region before someone tries to bring it back. Thank you.
Well, it has to be brought back at council. It's dead at the council level right now unless it's brought back through a reconsideration. So Councillor Cadwell.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be quick. I'll be supporting Councillor Dunstall's motion whenever he brings it back. Thank you.
All right, we finished the discussion on the minutes. So I have a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the Committee of Adjustment minutes of February 15th, Active Grimsby Advisory Committee minutes of February 16th, and Grimsby Economic Development Advisory Committee minutes of February 23rd be received. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to number 6, delegations. First off, Ursula Pellicero. Welcome, Ursula.
It may be a correspondence, Mr. Mayor.
No, I believe Ursula is here.
Yes.
February 23rd. Be received.
Yes, I am
All in
here.
favor? All right, we'll get you to just turn off your other any other streams that you may be listening to, so we can hear you directly, because there is a lag. Number 6, delegations.
Okay. How's that?
Perfect. Welcome, Ursula.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, good evening, Mayor Jordan and councillors. I appreciate having been given the opportunity to speak to council tonight. I'm Ursula Pellicero. I live in Ward 1. What I'm addressing is the support of the opening of council meetings to the public. My presentation may be short, but the significance of its importance is quite profound. In Niagara region, our municipality is the only one still closed to the public for council meetings. Yet, the town website under latest news states the following changes to public health and workplaces safety measures are in effect as of March the 1st. And the first point of that states capacity limits have been lifted in all indoor public meetings. So all we need is, we don't need to give any proof of vaccination. We basically don't have to, we wear face coverings, but for Mr. Dunstall, don't worry, we don't have to wear a wristband. The other protective measures basically are all in place. So I'm asking, would this not be applicable to the town council meetings as well? Ontario has opened up, and therefore continued restrictions are no longer justified. Now, many residents are very interested in personally attending council meetings, and rest assured that this interest is mounting, and this is particularly since there is, we're moving towards an upcoming election year. So I ask you to consider it, and I thank you very much. We'd like to have these open.
Thank you for your presentation, Ursula. And we just need a mover and seconder. Councillor Cadwell, you have a comment or question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ursula, for your presentation. I I was just very taken back by line 3, where you said in the Niagara region, our municipality is the only one still closed to the public for council meetings. I'm just wondering, did you do a survey? Did you get any information on that? Did you reach out to any other municipalities?
It was written in, I believe it was News Now. I could be mistaken.
Now, okay.
I could be mistaken.
Anyways, I just want to make some clarification.
Sure.
I did call a couple of my councillor friends in different municipalities. The town of Lincoln, no, they're in the same position we are. The town of West Lincoln, yes, they're operating council meetings, but no public at this time. Niagara on the Lake, no, just the same as us, but they are looking to move forward with having the chambers reopened again. I'll just use that. The Niagara region, they're not hosting council meetings in their chambers, there's no public there. And the city of Hamilton, I tried to reach out to them, but I don't think they're going to be doing it until April, but they didn't get back to me. So yeah, I just clarification on that. We're not the only municipality in the Niagara region, and I only phoned the people that I know who work at other municipalities. So anyways, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cadwell. I'm hoping that other councillors will also seek to and support to have the meetings open to the public to attend. And that is the key issue, since we're finding that background drops and faces drifting in and out makes it very difficult to watch the councillors in action. And since I'm very interested in what's taking place in our town, I know that other members are as well. So we just wanted to enhance our communication and ability to understand what our councillors are saying and doing.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation and your delegation, Ursula. I agree with you. I think it's important. The province has lifted its restrictions. There really is no more justification for hybrid meetings or meetings via Zoom. There are no capacity limits. So I really think it's time that
Order, Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, Councillor Sharp.
Can we take this to the debate of the? We have an item on the agenda for this tonight. Can we debate this?
I agree. I agree. We're not supposed to get into a debate with delegates. So
thank you.
So let me just thank you, Ursula, for your presentation. It's much appreciated.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm not going to get into a debate either, but I just wanted to thank Ursula so very much for coming forward. It takes a lot to come to council and state your views, and they are all very valid. And yes, we do have this on the agenda for later. And thank you so much for supporting this. And thank you for being a great constituent and coming forward, because we all want to get back to the council chamber, I think, and start doing things in person and seeing faces down in front of us that are real and not just a virtual reality. Anyway, thank you very much, Ursula. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Craig.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thanks, Mayor. And again, I want to thank Ursula as well. I know it's it does take a lot to come forward and speak your mind. And I'm glad to hear that the community wants us back, because I think we want to be back too. Just a quick question for your point was about other municipalities are open, and I am hearing, and maybe the clerk can clarify, is our town hall open to the public to just walk in, or do they have to make appointments for everything? If you could just clarify that, because I think there were some residents who were saying they still have to make appointments.
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. We are open to the public. However, there are some services where we are doing it by appointments, such as commissioning, and where we do need the staff in person here to ensure that we do have someone to be able to do those services. So we do encourage appointments for those services, but otherwise we are open.
And so once we fully open, you won't have to make an appointment in advance. You can walk into the counter and the staff will be available to help you, right?
There's some services that we are trying to do it by appointments, just to manage the service, but otherwise we are, opening.
Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, through you to Ursula. Thank you, Ursula, for your presentation. I like your sense of humor too.
I thought I'd give a little
That was
poke.
cute. That was cute. And I think we would all probably agree that we would all like to get back to being around the horseshoe. I think this has been a very awkward time for all of us. And so, as you know, it is on the agenda tonight. So we'll be having a discussion about it. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for your response.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just wondering if there's another delegation, is that going to be in person? Is it going to be a Zoom delegation, or is that just a report? Because what I was wondering, Mayor, if we could deal with the report CAO 22-03 right after, now that Ursula's had her presentation, and then we can, rather than wait till it's on the agenda later on.
Unfortunately, we approved the agenda order as is, so it's going to come when it is on the agenda.
Okay, I just thought it'd be good to do it now. Thank you.
All right, we just need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation from Ursula. And again, Ursula, thank you very much for coming out tonight.
Thank you, Your Worship.
I have Councillor Frake and Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the delegation from Ursula Pellicero be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have Hardy Hightower, again on return to in-person meetings. Good evening. I think more people know you as Bud. Are you there?
Unmute.
Again on return to in-person meeting.
I did. Cool.
Yeah, we can hear you now. And you just need
Good
to
evening, Mayor.
turn off your other devices. That's all, because there's a background noise.
Okay.
Good evening, Bud.
Am I on?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Let them know you can't hear them.
Yeah,
we cannot hear you.
We can hear you. That might not help. Go ahead.
Nope. Oh.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
It was working before.
Yeah, you can go ahead. We can hear you. Do we have their phone number? Yeah, what we'll do now is we'll move to the Niagara Region official plan update with David Hayworth, and then we'll try to get back to Bud and Ava. All right, David?
Hey, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Regional Councilors, staff, and the public. I'm very pleased to speak to you this evening on the Niagara official plan. I'm just going to introduce briefly Michelle Sergi, who's our Regional Commissioner of Planning and Development here at the region, and she's here joining me this evening and available to assist with answering questions at the end of the presentation. So this is a very important milestone in the development of the Niagara official plan, as it represents a consolidated draft official plan where all policies, schedules, appendices can be reviewed together. The Niagara official plan has taken a balanced approach with respect to growth management, considering all policy directions of the plan, and particularly the natural environment system and climate change policies. Next slide. There are key interest areas of the Niagara official plan in managing growth, namely improving our natural environment system mapping and policies to protect important features, providing a policy response to climate change, increasing our housing supply, particularly all housing supplies, and particularly medium and higher density development, to provide age and place opportunities and to assist with affordable housing. Want to improve our economic competitiveness by making sure we protect key employment areas in the long term for a place to attract businesses and jobs. And we want to improve our planning framework. We work in a two-tier planning system with our local planning partners, municipal departments, and we want to have clear policies and try and minimize overlap and confusion in terms of guiding growth through the development permit or the development process. Next slide. So these are the core chapters of the official plan and the sections, different sections within each core chapter. So this does not include the table of contents, the introduction, the implementation section, the site-specific policy chapters, schedules, and appendices, but it gives you a flavor for the key sections or topic areas covered in the core chapters of the official. Next slide. So in terms of planning and planning for growth, it is important for the region to provide a consistent set of growth numbers for transportation, water, wastewater master planning, and development charges to plan for growth, to ensure people can travel to and from work efficiently, servicing can accommodate growth, and growth pays for growth. Next slide. In its simplest sense, the Niagara official plan establishes policy to identify what we will protect, how and where we grow, and the policy systems or tools to achieve these. Next slide. So we are going to grow as a region by a little over 200,000 people, 85,000 jobs over the next 30 years. And in terms of trying to manage our growth, the region has applied a regionally averaged intensification rate, which is directing growth to the built-up areas within the urban areas of 60%. I'll talk a bit about that as we move along. And you probably have heard, there are some settlement area boundary expansions proposed based on community need that represent 1% of the regional land base. Next slide. So in terms of forecasted growth, these are the population and employment forecasts for the different municipalities, as well as the intensification rates for the different municipalities. And you can see Grimsby's population is projected to be 37,000 people. That's what we want you to plan by. And to give some context to that, Grimsby grew a little over 2,000 people from 2016 to 2021. And 2021, the population's a little over 30,000, 30,280. It was a little touch over 28,000 in 2016. So you can see that over the next 30 years, we're proposing Grimsby grow by about 7,000 people. And our work forecasts that will be at a slower growth rate than the last 5 years. So we're probably looking at a little over 1,000 people per 5-year increments over the next 30 years. So there will be growth, obviously, but the growth will be at a bit of a slower rate than what's happened in the last 5 years. Next slide. So the region is directing growth in a strategic manner. I talked about the 60% overall intensification rate regionally, but we're also directing growth to strategic growth areas that you can see on the map. So we have an urban growth center in St. Catharines, and that's a provincially identified area. We have district plan areas. You probably heard in yellow, you probably heard of the Brock District Plan and the Glendale District Plan, where we're directing quite a bit of growth. And then we have the major transit station areas, Grimsby, St. Catharines, Niagara Falls, and a future one in Lincoln, where we're directing growth. And we also have the regional growth centers of downtown Welland and downtown Niagara Falls. And these are areas with the transportation infrastructure and servicing infrastructure, and where it makes more sense to plan more growth in those particular areas. Next slide. So this is the major transit station area identified in the OP for Grimsby. The density is planned at 125 people and jobs per hectare. Next slide. So we have some policies in place to help the local municipalities assist with providing for intensification. So, development in urban areas will integrate with land use planning and infrastructure to responsibly manage forecasted growth, provide opportunities for the integration of gentle density and a mix and range of housing options that considers the character of existing residential neighborhoods. And there's another policy that talks about, well, we want the local municipalities to plan for intensification in a strategic manner. They can plan for that intensification when they're built up areas as they see fit, provided they meet the targets that I previously talked about in the other slide. Next slide. This is our transportation schedule. So we have some key areas identified on the transportation schedule. We have the Livingston EA identified, the Livingston Extension EA identified as a future road corridor there. And we also have the future corridor across the escarpment identified as well. Next slide. So some of the systems or tools, as I would call them, to help plan for intensification and growth management in general are some overall strategies on where you want to place that kind of development. Urban design, which is really important in terms of blending the built format into the neighborhood and integrating with the public realm as well. And we're trying to take a leadership role on the urban design front and assist our local municipalities with urban design input where we can. We have a regional urban design guidelines we're updating, and we're still giving the flexibility to local municipalities to use their own urban design guidelines when they have them, and if not, they can use ours. So infrastructure policies are also important in terms of looking at the servicing and looking at the capacities to accommodate growth. And as I mentioned, we're coordinating our growth management, our numbers with our water, wastewater master planning and transportation master plan, and we encourage the locals to do the same at the local level as well. Next slide. So I talked about climate change as well at the beginning, and what's really important is what the official plan policies are read all together in a sense. You don't really read one policy in isolation of others or other sections. And one of the best examples of the integration of policy is climate change. So there's policies integrated throughout the plan on climate change on these particular areas. These are kind of, as you see on the slide, the key policy directions. There's more detailed policies in those different sections and chapters of the official plan. We have a climate change section that kind of pulls those directions together. And that section also gives commitments to other work we're doing beyond the official plan on climate change that kind of goes beyond the scope of the official plan. Maintenance of greenhouse gas inventories, establish greenhouse gas reduction targets, develop a greening initiative to restore and enhance vegetative cover, maintain regional climate modeling and projections to inform climate change adaptation initiatives, and consider climate projections and land use policies and strategies, and assess climate change risks and vulnerabilities through an adaptation strategy. Next slide. So these are some of our outcomes that we're really hoping to, well, that we want to address in the official plan. We want to have policies that speak to trying to provide more affordable housing, and we set affordable housing targets and some policy tools to help achieve that. Climate change adaptation and mitigation, as I mentioned, efficient use of infrastructure, planning for growth that supports public transit and that can also support servicing and maximize use of services. Investment in public amenities, protection of our natural and rural systems, and support for economic development. Next slide. So this is our official plan timeline. We've had this draft consolidated plan out since around the beginning of the new year. We had a closing of March 4th in general to receive comments. We're considering all those comments now from municipal staff. Sometimes municipalities have reported to their councils, from agencies, and from the public in general, as well as stakeholder groups. So we're considering all that. We're revising the draft consolidated plan and making some revisions, and we'll be putting out a proposed consolidated official plan at the end of March. And that will be for formal public meeting under the Planning Act. All our consultation to date has been outside of the formal Planning Act consultation requirements. We think obviously consultation is important to forming the plan, and we've done substantial consultation to date, way beyond the Planning Act requirements. And we're going to be making those refinements. We're scheduling a public meeting for April 28th and an open house on April 7th. Once we have the public meeting, we'll be looking at what changes or refinements we need to make to the plan again before we bring it to council as a recommended plan for adoption, which would be around June, in order to meet the timeline to get it to the province for the beginning of July. Next slide. And that concludes the presentation for this evening, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you for your presentation, David. Council, any questions or comments? Open up the floor now. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I've got a few questions, a few comments. Right now, Grimsby is way ahead of its targets. If you were looking sort of at a timeline and given the time we have to meet the numbers that you're expecting of us. And as you said, the rapid growth that we've had most recently is not expected to continue at that same rate of growth into the future. So I've got several questions here. One, do the numbers that you have for what we already have, does it include the new development that's going up at Fifth Wheel? Because there's going to be quite a number of residents coming online when that comes up. Is that included, or only the things that are built and habitable?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm not sure when the Fifth Wheel development kind of was initiated, but I know that our numbers were formulated like, well, a while back. I think we had a workshop with some of the members of council back in March of last year. So the numbers were kind of developed prior to even that period of time. So probably not.
Okay, so that's a good thing because we've got a lot of people coming into that area. The next question I have is, given that we're well on track with our numbers and we've had such rapid growth, and I have to say there's a little bit of, there's been a lot of discomfort at the rate of growth. I don't think people are uncomfortable about growth, but just about the rate of growth has been disconcerting for quite a few residents. Will the region support Grimsby's zoning and official plan so that when we say this is where we want to intensify, and these areas over here are not areas we want to intensify, yet we're getting pressure from developers to do just that? Will we have the region's support in making sure that our intensification is in the areas where we've targeted intensification?
Well, through the mayor to the councillor, I think what's important is that when you're planning for your intensification through your official plan, that it's done strategically and comprehensively, and that it makes sense and it supports other objectives that are important to the regional plan and the local municipality as well. You know, I don't know, and I'm not privy to all the different development applications that are current right now, or ones that could be coming in the near future. But I think that's all taken into context in terms of you developing your, in a sense, kind of an intensification strategy with your official plan. That's the important part. We have tried to provide policy flexibility where you can plan within your built-up area where you want your intensification to go. So we've tried to provide that flexibility to you. We would look at, you know, in a sense, from a very generic perspective, does that intensification make sense in those areas and support other kind of good planning principles, etc.
One of the issues that I've had with respect to the areas that exist now for intensification, those lands are already built on. They're around where the proposed new GO station will go. So it puts pressure, because of that, it puts pressure on the various bits of infill that we have, and they're very small pockets. So I feel like we need a little bit of a pass, because when I'm assuming told that we need to intensify around the GO station, yet there's no land to build on because it's already occupied with various businesses and what have you. That I find quite challenging. And I think we need to have a discussion with the region about how we deal with that. I'd like to raise one of the things that you brought up in your presentation, which was climate change. And just a suggestion that I have with respect to the water treatment plant on Park Road. I know that you're going to do various, if you want, a beautification or landscaping, what have you. It is the ideal place to do a Carolinian microforest. You know, we've got enough land for it. It's the absolutely perfect place for it. So I encourage you and your staff to look at the benefits of that, because if you're going to be doing landscaping anyway, you may as well do it in a way that's going to positively affect climate change. So that's a comment for you to take back. The other sort of issue that I'm going to put to you, because I don't know what the answer to this is, but you talk about we need to have more affordable housing. From what I've seen so far, developers don't want to build affordable housing. They want to build sort of market-based housing, which is pretty expensive. So how do we deal with that? How do we encourage developers to build affordable housing? We know it's needed, but nobody wants to build it, and we can't direct what's being built when a developer buys a piece of property. So what do you suggest there? What kind of incentives or what ideas do you have around that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, there, given the major transit station area, which is provincial major transit station area, there is an opportunity for the local municipalities with those identified sites to do some work to have zoning that can include more affordable housing provisions in it. That there is some work to do at the local level between the region and local municipalities, but it's an opportunity. It's not something that's required by the local municipalities to do, but there's an opportunity for them to do that. The other policies are, we are looking as the region moves on with its incentive programs, looking at different options in various sectors. Affordable housing is obviously one that's gotten a lot of attention, and we're reviewing all of that. The other tools are keeping an inventory, looking at surplus lands, negotiating with school boards when land comes available. It's always a difficult situation, and I would say this, that there's a lot to affordable housing. Land use planning is one element, right? So there's a lot of core housing need matters that have to be supplemented by social housing programs, right? And other types of matters. The land use policy is one element of a very, very complex issue.
Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. A lot of numbers there, a lot of projections. Be a lot simpler if we all had a crystal ball, eh? To see how things would really pan out. But yeah, just a couple questions. With regards to the growth in Grimsby, as you mentioned, in 2016 to 2021, there was a nice article in the St. Catharines Standard a couple of weeks ago. I'm not sure if it was done by the workforce employment people, but Grimsby grew 1,569 people in the region. We were 9th. So our growth has slowed down. There's no doubt, according to these statistics. So what I was wondering, and if I missed it, I apologize. Did you give a projection of growth within the region? Because it also stated that within the Niagara region, sorry, I've got a lot of numbers here. The total population increase for the Niagara region in 2016 to 2021 was 30,053. So as you're doing your official plan for the region, are you also giving a bit of a projection on growth on that for, say, whether it's 5 years, or I'm not sure how far you would, timelines you would be doing that? That's one of my questions. And I'll be quick. Thank you.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yeah, I believe we have that kind of breakdown for the region in like 5-year increments from a regional perspective as a whole. Like I said, we were able to kind of get some analysis of the breakdown of Grimsby, and we have that for other municipalities as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I look forward to hearing that when it comes. That's great. The other thing was the Mid-Peninsula Corridor, as it showed on the map, the escarpment crossing. I remember back in when Debbie Zimmerman, was chair, it was called the Mid-Peninsula Corridor. Is that, do you know, is that in the province's transportation white paper? Is that something that, I know you're looking at it as a region, but is that something that, is there a bit of a reality to it? Or is it just maybe a projected initiative there too? And then I just have one more. Thank you.
Through the mayor to the councillor, that is something I'd have to look into a little bit more, and in terms of the timing of that. We've tried to provide for that, just as an acknowledgement that that is something that you keep on the radar list when you're looking at all the planning in the area.
Yeah, thank you. And again, no rush whenever you can get that information too, because when we had our Roma conference with Minister Mulrooney, she mentioned the provincial white paper, the transportation white paper. So I would just be curious. And my third point, you did talk about, you mentioned the Livingston extension. And that's a bit of a, that's a challenging subject within Grimsby. But what my question is, has there been any, I know this has been ongoing because the region is doing environmental assessment, but from a priority perspective, could they look at the Bartlett Avenue truck route extension before the Livingston Avenue extension? Again, I'm just trying to put a couple ducks in order here, that's all. Yeah, whether it's a comment or question, but I just want to get that out. So, thank you.
Thank you. And just a point of clarification, the Mid-Peninsula Corridor and the North-South Escarpment Crossing are two different projects. Councillor Frake?
Yeah, I'm aware of that, Mayor. That's why I brought them up as 1 and 2. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. David, thank you for your presentation. I know it's very general, touches a lot of items. One of the fears that I have is that we are placing so much focus on residential intensification in the town. And I fear that we are not putting enough of a focus around commercial, retail, industrial. As the town knows, I mean, here in this town, our tax collections are 90% residential and 10% for business and residential and so on and so forth. That's really, really off skew for most municipalities. So I'd like to see, I know we've got this 30-year plan here for intensification, but how do we put more focus on the economic development part of this plan in the region for Grimsby? Can you give me some ideas on what you might be working on, or can we start refocusing a little bit on that part of the intensification and not on the residential side? I have something else I want to talk about after that.
Through the mayor to the councillors. So one thing I should have mentioned perhaps a little bit more is when I was talking about the regional structure and the strategic growth areas, I did talk about protecting employment areas, right? So there's 3 identified employment areas in Grimsby that we worked on with your local planning staff and your ACDEV people at the time to identify and apply some density figures to those areas. There's a core employment area, we call the West Niagara QEW corridor, and 2 dynamic employment areas, Casablanca East QEW corridor and Main Street East employment corridor, where and there are about 45 and 40 jobs per hectare in those areas. Those are important areas to protect in the long term when we have policies in place. And the growth plan, the provincial growth plan, actually requires the identification and protection of employment areas. There's also employment lands which accommodate population-based employment. And that's why we give you that overall employment jobs figure for you to plan within your local official plan from a local perspective. From a regional perspective, our priority is more on those employment areas. The core and 2 dynamic in Grimsby, for example, where we want the protection of those areas. So to convert those is a much harder policy hurdle to cross so that they're protected for the long term for business investment and jobs.
It might be a harder one, maybe a harder goalpost to get to, but it's a very important one.
Yeah.
And, sometimes we take the path of least resistance, which is allowing developers to come in, take up the land, build residential, and then disappear off the face of the earth. Well, I think that we have to take the hard path. If the hard path to creating more employment type of businesses in this town, that's where we need to go. Because with the ratio of 90-10% on the tax side of things, I think that's atrocious. Can you tell me, just out of curiosity, maybe I'm talking through my hat here, what other municipalities in Grimsby or in the Niagara region, what their ratio to tax is in terms of business versus residential? Do you know that, or maybe you can come back to me with it?
No, I would not be able to answer that specifically.
Okay.
I don't know the answer.
Of course, on the back of that, there's also, the town of Grimsby is getting extremely busy. We're getting all the traffic that comes from everything east of here along Highway 8 and along the top of the ridge and along the service roads and so on and so forth. I think that there needs to be a big priority put on the transportation infrastructure. So I think the infrastructure in general is pretty good, but in terms of the traffic and transportation infrastructure, I think it's way behind. Highway 8 or Main Street is a typical example. Having said that, if you want to have commerce coming through here, and the commerce coming through this town comes from other facilities and other businesses that are not in Grimsby, that are east of here, we need to put a bit of a priority on, for example, the Bartlett Road extension, because our downtown area is going to start to expand a little bit over the next few years. And right now, the major route for trucks which is commerce related are coming down Mountain Road, which has become a bit of a dangerous road for the most part. So can we move that? Can we put a priority on that as well? I mean, is there some way we can prioritize these things?
Well, through the mayor to the councillor, like I said, we've put that corridor crossing the escarpment on our transportation map, so that it's on the radar of everybody and can be kind of considered as, planning goes on in the area, etc. Obviously, we can take that back and, inquire as to a little further inquiry as to where that's at, etc. But other than that, there's not a lot we can do at this particular time. I don't know, Michelle, if you want to add anything to that.
So thanks, Dave. Just to add a bit further, it is something that's been identified as in our master transportation plan as well. So we are looking at some of those other connections and providing better options through this area as well. So certainly we'll take these comments back and make sure those working on our transportation master plan, which is occurring at the same time as our official plan, receive those comments.
Thank you, Michelle. And my final comment or question is related to the intensification from a residential perspective. We're talking 30 years. The numbers you gave us then are 30 years out. Maybe you should start telling the developers that 30 years is 30 years, not 5 years, not 2 years, because right now the developers who are coming into Grimsby want to get all of that development, not in 30 years, but in 5 years. So we need to slow it down, because if we don't slow it down a little bit, then we're going to start making decisions and have these intensification areas built up. And we will have, with poor, rushing things through like that. They got 30 years to do what we're trying to do, and the developers want to do it in 5, but they want to do their thing, get out of here. So I fear that we will probably start to miss good planning if we start to really push this intensification. 30 years is 30 years. We need you guys to push back on the developers as well, to slow this process down a little bit. We need to think this through a little more and make sure we have good planning practices in place at the region, and we want the region to almost endorse it here in Grimsby. So, 30 years is a long time. And, if we spread that out over 30 years, fine, but not to do it at the speed in which it's going on right now. Anyways, that's more of an observation and a comment. I don't need you to, unless you want to say something, Michelle or David, to that comments. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. And thanks for the presentation, Dave and Michelle. I appreciate your coming and bringing that forward. It's great. I had listened into your presentation at Lincoln as well, and they expressed a lot of the same concerns that we have. I also attended a land use planning workshop by the Greenbelt Alliance last week. And they expressed frustration with the developers coming in when there's a secondary plan in place and a recent secondary plan, and coming in and just saying your heights and densities don't mean anything, and coming in with an application that, you know, exceeds it by double or more. And the frustration there that how come we can have an official plan and a secondary plan that conforms to the region, and it's fairly recent, some of these, and a developer still comes in and pushes the envelope, and then if they don't get what they want, they go to the OLT. So how do we have, I have two questions. So this is one, how do we control, or can we control, or how do we, you know, we're going to have this exercise in getting in conformity with what your official plan requires us to do to try to meet these densities and numbers, and we're going to have it ready. And by the time it's ready, we've already seen the secondary plans we have. They're already doubled the heights and densities, the applications that are coming in. Can we control that? Can we say to a developer, no, you can't? Like, I know we have to accept every application, but what tools do we have to say that's too much when it exceeds our secondary plan or our heights or our densities? Can we say something? Can we do something?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I think, you know, the best approach is to try and get as much proactive planning done, to look at it comprehensively ahead of everything coming in, right? And I know that's a difficult job because you have stuff coming in now, but that is the best approach, because when you have that kind of comprehensive strategic approach to change that and put forth the arguments on a site-specific basis, from a development perspective, or, you know, appeals, etc. You know, you have a more solid foundation if the work's been done comprehensively and you've kind of put that strategy in place, right? To put forth that.
That's what they're saying. They've done it. They did the planning. Lincoln did the planning. We did the planning. It doesn't matter. They came in and they said, we don't, you know, it's outdated. The province wants us to do more. We're market driven. We have to follow the growth plan. You know, if you don't like it, too bad. We have secondary plans in place, and they're just walking right over them. They're current.
Yeah, I don't know. Some may be more current than others, obviously, in different areas. I could be mistaken, but I thought a secondary plan approved has a 2-year time frame where it can't be amended unless the council agrees. But that is a 2-year time frame, right? But I think when you have that plan or something more comprehensive, like an intensification strategy or a more comprehensive plan in place, you know, it's looked at servicing and capacity, and that's a very important element too, right? So if the planning has been done comprehensively, and it accommodates this much growth, the infrastructure has been taken into consideration, and if someone goes beyond that, that has to be re-looked at and looked at whether the infrastructure can accommodate it as well.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because that's exactly what happened here in the Winston Road neighborhood. When the Aqua Blue and Aqua Azul were built, the ministry actually said, I think there was some Casablanca Road interchange. You guys had to do the interchange improvements before they would approve any further developments within there. So there was some criteria that came out of that. But thank you for that explanation. I just have one other quick question.
Sorry, could I just add to the answer? Is that okay?
Thanks.
So something that we're doing now at the regional level that we haven't done in the past in our official plan is we're actually writing policies that are a little more helpful or supportive of the area municipalities. In the past, we just sort of said, you should have an intensification strategy and you should, you know, intensification is good. You know, what we're doing now is we're really saying that, you know, intensification should be directed to the appropriate areas. We're talking about protecting stable residential neighborhoods and really sort of trying to provide that support for the area municipalities in terms of targeting where this should be going and making sure that it's, you know, keeping language like fitting in with the character, you know, those kinds of supportive things that you may not have found in the regional official plan previously. So it's one more layer. So I've heard previous comments or questions tonight dealing with, you know, how can the region support the town Those are some of the policies that we're trying to put in place that still provide you with the flexibility to direct it in the locations that the town feels is best for the vision of the town and for your community, and provide that support at the same time.
Thanks, Michelle. And I think this leads into the next question that I have. In the growing region section of the drafted plan under 2.3.3, planning tools to achieve affordable and attainable housing, you talk about as of right permissions for up to 2 additional residential units within new or existing residential development, subject to provincial legislation, appropriate land use, size, locational criteria, and site standards that facilitate the development of additional residential units, such as reduced setbacks, narrower lot sizes, reduced road allowance, and reduced parking standards, and then inclusionary zoning provisions within protected major transit station areas. So I hear 2 things in here. I hear that the intensification is going to impact stable neighborhoods. And I see that because the province has now dictated that we have to provide for additional dwelling units, a secondary dwelling unit, and through that new bill that they brought out. So how do you see this? How do you see us incorporating this type of infill, this type of new residential development in stable neighborhoods, maintaining the character? And what do you see that looking like? And then just the second question is the inclusionary zoning for the transit station. I think Dave mentioned that to provide for affordable housing, you could look at zoning. And I just wondered if that's what he was talking about. So I think this question's for Michelle about the stable, maybe Dave or Michelle, about adding the residential units to stable neighborhoods. What do you see that impact? Because of course it's going to be people saying, I don't want a duplex or a fourplex or an additional residential unit in my neighbor's large backyard. How do we do that?
So I think that there's a couple of things that we need to chat about. So the first one is that the Planning Act was changed to provide, what some planners would refer to as of right permissions, or to require municipalities to put in as of right permissions for what they call now additional units. So that provision in the Planning Act actually provides the opportunity for 2 additional units, so one attached to the building and one freestanding on every single detached lot. So that being said, there are municipalities that have taken that legislation and identified criteria associated with providing for those units. So they do provide for them. They just don't necessarily provide for them on every single lot. So there may be parking requirements, there may be minimum lot requirements in association with it. So they're still providing for it from a municipal perspective, but maybe not absolutely everywhere. So I think the one caution to this is that the province has recently, or the minister, I guess, has recently released a housing task force report. And so this has been identified as one of those matters that they could potentially be looking into. So whether or not there are changes to legislation, again, in association with these additional units, that stands to remain. On the affordability side, we're actually seeing some developers come in and start to rough in second units in some of their buildings because it helps with that affordability side. So, for people who are moving into homes, if they have a ready rental income, it allows them to sort of absorb the higher prices at the same time. So it's certainly something, in addition to providing an additional rental unit for someone. So on the affordability side, very helpful, can be challenging. I know that there are examples of municipalities, for example, that have student housing concerns, where they've identified some criteria associated with providing for multiple units on a single lot. So there are some provisions associated with that you can use.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to David. And I just wanted to comment and reiterate on what Councillor Frake was saying about the 90-10. I ran in 2014 and said 92% was too much. Now we're saying 90% is too much. So we've gone down 2%. I think it went down a little more in 2018, but it's come back up. And as Councillor Cadwell has alluded to, we actually haven't seen as much growth as what we feel we've seen. And I think that's because we have seen some growth that kind of stands out there, especially in the West End, because it's high density and we see it every day of the week. So we think we're being overrun with high density development. But you can sense, David, there's a level of frustration with us in this world of municipal politics where we talk about developers and how they come in. And we've had a couple of applications where we don't agree with something and they head off to the OLT right away because they know they're going to win there. And so we have an official plan. We put in secondary plans. And as Councillor Bothwell said, Lincoln is having some frustration with their secondary plan with developers. We just kind of feel like we get beaten up pretty well most of the time. And I don't blame the developers if they can do it and get away with it. They're out to make a profit. They're out there, they're in business. They sometimes buy land and sit on it for 5 to 10 years. The Fifth Wheel property is a good example. It's been owned by that developer for 7 years now. And I don't think he's going to develop everything in 5 years with what he's put together with those 6 high-rise condos. That's going to take him 10 to 15 years, I would believe, as you just don't build any of those overnight. But it is frustrating when we put all this work into it and then a developer just goes off to the OLT and bingo, he's done. So we don't seem to have a lot of control over what we can and can't do as municipal councillors when it comes to development. And planning follows the official plan and sometimes tells us this is good planning and we don't agree with it. And that makes the matter even worse. And so it is challenging. And we had, in the previous term of council, had decided the West End would be where high density was. But now we've got some infill that is in some established residential areas where there's more density than what we sometimes would like to see. But we don't have much ammunition in our guns to be able to do anything about it, because the toolbox is empty, so to speak. We can't seem to do anything about it. And so I sense from some of us on council, especially if it's your first term, you just say, well, I thought we could do more than we can. And it doesn't seem like we can do a whole lot. And so that's the frustration. And I think that's going on in a lot of municipalities. I've seen it in Burlington where they've tried to prevent high-rise condos and they've lost, and they didn't have enough tools in their toolbox. How much do we have to do to be able to have a little more control over what we decide should be in our town and what shouldn't be? And again, I think it's critical, and that's what I ran on, that 90% is a little too much, and maybe we need to work a little more on commercial, and for a period of a certain amount of time, maybe we should have a moratorium so that we can go ahead and get caught up, because it looks like in 2018, our treasurer said we were 85-15. Now we're back up to 90. We've had some more residential growth, but we haven't had a significant amount of commercial growth to kind of balance things out. And we all know that residential growth puts a lot more pressure on our infrastructure than it does for commercial. So the taxes are going to be higher on the residential portion in an imbalance of residential and commercial. And so, yeah, we're frustrated. That's really all I needed to say. I don't expect you to, I just want you to know that, and I'm sure you can sense it with the way we're asking questions, that we're frustrated. That's, and I understand what my colleagues are trying to do. I have a slightly different mannerism about it, because when you can't beat City Hall, you can't beat City Hall. You just got to learn to live with it. But we need to see change so we can have a little more control over our own destiny in our own towns. And that's, and we're not seeing that. And I don't think we're going to see it in the near future. Sorry to say that, but I think OLT is just going to approve everything that comes their way. It seems to be the way, and developers know that. so we don't have a lot of say in it. Thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Hi, thank you. I guess I have a couple of things I want to ask and comment on. I think one of the messages that I think people are, or some of the members of council are trying to get out, and I think it needs to be said point blank, is when it comes to planning and stuff like that, at the end of the day, the region, which answers to the province, and we answer to the region and the province, at the end of the day, the province has made it very, very clear they want development, and especially around things like proposed GO stations. That is a message that's, I mean, we're hiding behind stuff or avoiding the facts if we don't admit that right up front. And a lot of people in town seem to think that we as a council have this magic power. We can come in and stop all kinds of development. We have opportunities to do that, but the ways we do that would be through plans and that. And I don't know if this is an appropriate question to ask at this time, or maybe something should be approached afterwards, but is there any option, and I have more after this one, is there any option of re-looking at the hospital secondary plan, which we were given guidance to get rid of, and we shouldn't have, because the developers waited for us to get rid of it. They had openly admit that now. So the developers are very smart, because this is what they do all the time, full time, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. We as a council have a bazillion things coming at us. We're trying our best. We're saying we don't want this development. But on the other hand, we've got the Prime Minister of Canada, and rightfully so, may I say, God bless the Ukrainians, but he's opened the door and said, they will bring in an unlimited amount of Ukrainians over the next 2 years, plus anybody who has family here can come in as well. So there's, again, more demand for housing. The demand is not going to go down, but I just want to make it very clear, this is being driven by the province. So as much as we can say whatever we want to say, we don't have a lot of control. And I really think we're trying to do the best we can as a council, but honestly, I mean, we're misleading people if they think that we have some kind of magic control over the province, because as everybody has said so far, if a developer comes in and buys a piece of property, which we can't stop them from doing, they come in and buy a piece of property and we say, well, no, we have some concerns or whatever. We've had one developer that's willing to deal with us. The rest just wait the time limit and then go straight to OLT. And even the one we deal with, we give them a hard time. So I don't think we have as much control as we would like to have. And I don't think there's anything that anybody can say or do that will change that. And that's the only point I wanted to make, is that, I think it's wrong if people think that we have some kind of magic power to stop development in this town, because the province is just going to roll right over us and tell us what we're going to do. They don't care about people who've lived here for 50 years. They don't care about, how something's going to block your view of the escarpment. And I experienced that personally when I had one of my homes up there. I used to love looking at the escarpment every day, and it got blocked because a developer who now just went into another town and doubled the height of his building through the OLT, he went and put one right behind my house. So I guess the only point I'm trying to make is to the people of Grimsby, we're fighting our tails off to try and fight this, but be realistic and know that the province is going to tell us what we're going to do. So we'll fight as hard as we can, but at the end of the day, it's the province's one we've got to fight with. So, and the region, I know you have to take your walking papers from the province as well. So, but I guess my one and only question really is, can we look at reestablishing that hospital secondary plan for the Main Street East area? Is that possible, or is that a done deal, gone, and whatever else? I don't know if you can answer that or not, but at least if you could, it'd be great.
So I can't answer the specifics on that secondary plan, but certainly the region would always be open to having conversations about any secondary planning work that the town may be interested in carrying out.
Yeah. Well, Michelle, they told me you were the one that had all the answers here, so I'm just going with that. I'm just saying, I'm sorry, I'm just telling you, I don't make this stuff up. But no, it's just, I mean, if we but even so, even having said that, I think Councillor Bothwell and I think Councillor Dunstall and I believe Councillor Cadwell said the same thing as well, that even with these secondary plans and even with these official plans, the developers are coming in, the province is saying, hey, you know what, we've got to have more development. You have an official plan that says 6 stories, but we're going to give this guy 12 because we really need the homes. So I personally, it breaks my heart when I listen to people come in and talk about or send us emails and say, oh, this and that. And, it's destroying my neighborhood, it's doing this. And then I just know in my heart, there's nothing we're going to be able to do. We can stop and fight it as much as we want, but the minute it gets to OLT, you know what they're going to do. And I'm not trashing anybody. I'm not trashing the OT. I'm not trashing developers. I mean, the developers have to make money, as Councillor Dunstall said. OLT says we've got to get more homes. So it's a real circle catch-22 situation. But I just think we need to be realistic in that, because people keep blaming us and saying it's our fault that this development's happening, and it's not. I will say honestly, for every single member of this council, we fight tooth and nail to try and get the best developments in this town. We live here too. So anyways, that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions from council. Thank you, Michelle and Dave, for your presentation. And I'm sure we'll be hearing from both of you again. All right, well, let's see if Bud, have a good evening, both of you.
Thank you very much.
We just need mover and seconder to receive the official plan update. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconder, Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the delegation regarding the Niagara region official plan update be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we move back to our second delegation. Bud, are you there? Welcome.
Are you?
We can hear you.
No, what? Okay, Jeff, I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Thumbs up?
Yes.
Okay. You want me to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Yawn. Okay. I'd like to offer my greetings to the mayor and council as they're present. I appreciate your time. I appreciate Mayor Cadwell or Councillor Cadwell yielding to me. I wish to present my position regarding the ongoing closure of town council to in-person access by the citizens of Grimsby. At the time of this policy being instituted, the COVID pandemic was a negative factor in all of our lives, with mandates for masking and closure of facilities to prevent spread of the virus. However, the situation has changed for the better. The province has lifted restrictions on operations of business and public and private facilities. Sadly, the Grimsby Town Council has not moved in this direction despite the following changes on the published website, and I quote, "Latest news from Town of Grimsby, following changes to public health and workplace safety measures are in effect as of March 1, 2022, and that's the Ontario Regulation 364/20. Capacity limits have been lifted on indoor public settings. Proof of vaccination requirements have been lifted." And it goes on, but it's not. The rest is not really relevant. The new reality of health and safety requirements as set out in this regulation mean that the Grimsby Town Council can reopen for business, and our town chambers and constituents have access to that. I ask that the Committee of the Whole and the town CAO move immediately to bring the councillors and town council back to our town council chambers, where they should do the business of town in person and in full public view, allowing the members of the public who wish to do so can attend chambers during the open council meetings once again. In this way, we can witness the acts and actions of those elected town council. And I ask that time and money not be wasted on updating technology allow for hybrid in-person meetings. Before the pandemic, if a councillor was unable to attend a council meeting, their chair remained empty. Current provincial mandate regarding health and safety, there is no reason this practice should not continue. We don't need to see heads in rectangles with fake backgrounds. We need to see and hear our elected representatives in person. I do hope the words above and those of the others who feel the same are heard and acted upon without unnecessary delays. I thank you for your time and for your genuine consideration. I'm Hardy Hightower, also known as Bud, and I am in Ward 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Councillor Vardy. I'm not sure if Bud will be able to hear it, but.
I'm not sure if Bud could hear it, but I just want to thank Bud for coming forward and making his presentation. As we've said before, you know, it's not always easy for the public to do, and I think when someone does it, I think that we can imagine that there's a lot more people who are feeling the same sentiment, but just maybe too shy to come forward. So, Bud, thank you very much.
And I echo that. Again, thank you very much for your delegation, Bud, and have a good evening. We need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the delegation from Hardy Hightower be received. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to number 7, the consent portion of our agenda. Councillor Bothwell.
Can I please lift the tax collection policy?
Yeah, 7.1A.
Yes, please.
All right, that's noted. All right, we'll just get a mover and seconder for the rest of the consent. We'll get a mover and seconder for the rest of the consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Oh, Councillor Cadwell. Councillor Cadwell, you're muted.
Yeah, I apologize. Thanks, Mayor. Could we also lift the report 2204, the statement of remuneration and expenses? Just got a couple comments if I could. Thank you.
Sure, so noted. All right, so moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following item and the various consent items to be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Report FIN 22-05 2021 portfolio investments. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we'll move to item 7.1A, report FIN 22-03 tax collection policy. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just would like, I don't know if Melanie or Faye can help answer this question. There's some substantial changes made from the previous version to this new draft, and I was hopeful that we could get some key highlights as to what the changes are. One of the ones that I did find was that the tax sale, the previous policy under tax sale indicated the tax sales procedures are authorized by the Municipal Tax Sales Act. Once a property is 3 years in arrears, it's eligible for tax sale. And the property owner will be sent a registered letter prior to their taxes being 3 years in arrears. The new draft mentions that under 5.19.4, tax arrears certificate registration, municipal sales tax proceedings can begin once taxes have been in arrears for at least 2 years. So I just would like staff to comment on why the change from enforcement to 2 years rather than 3 years, and if they could clarify that and any other highlights in the policy that we should be aware of. I did mention just an administrative way that the header on the new draft on the right top says reserve and reserve fund policy, but I think it's meant to be tax collection policy. So if Melanie or someone could help me though on those questions, that would be great.
Faye, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Through you to Councillor Bothwell. Our previous tax collection policy was based on the Municipal Act RSO 1990. And within that one, for tax sales, it was 3+ years. We have revised the tax collection policy to be based on the current Municipal Act, which 2001. And within the tax sale section, it is 2+ years is when the tax sale process is initiated.
Are we expecting that, will this, I don't know how many, this is actually where you actually then put a lien on the house and we can sell their property. Have we ever had any of those that in recent, like in the last 5 years? And do you anticipate this change will impact our taxpayers that are in arrears, considering there's hardship with COVID right now?
It's actually, or pardon me, through you, Mayor Jordan, it's actually quite a long process. From the time we start the tax sale process till the end, it's in excess of a year. So we do work with individuals through that time. Has a property been sold in the town of Grimsby in the last 5 years? I honestly can't answer, as I haven't been with the town. However, I don't expect to see a large increase or multiple properties, because we do work with the individuals when the process starts.
Okay, I would just ask if we can maybe have a report come back to council at some point in a year or so, just to give us an overview at what the impact has been, and maybe just a bit of history as to whether that change has impacted more properties. That would just be great to know what this impact of this change means. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Faye, I guess I'm curious to know how much of a problem is it in Grimsby where people are in arrears in their taxes? I mean, is there a percentage? Is it like 2% or 10% or just? I don't mean to be unfair, put you on the spot, but I'm just curious to know the scale of the problem.
Through you, Mayor Jordan, I don't have a specific number that I could, definitively say that this is what we're looking at, or a comparable with anybody within the region of Niagara. It's something I could look into and get back to you, but off the top of my head, I couldn't honestly answer.
Okay, well, if you could bring back an answer, just in an email would be fine. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further question and comments, I have Councillor Bothwell as a mover. I just need a seconder. Councillor Frank. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frank. Result that report FIN 22-03 tax collection policy dated March 7th, 2022 be received, and that staff be directed to prepare the necessary bylaws to implement the tax collection policy outlined in this report and repeal any historical bylaws. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to item 7.1B, report FIN 22-04. Councillor Cadwell, you lifted it. You can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and good report. I always look forward to seeing that report from the previous year. Just a couple things. Mainly just with the Committee of Adjustments. I know I was on the Committee of Adjustments before 2006, before I got elected. And I think I know what they make. I think they get about $50 a meeting, I believe. And that's what it was way back when I was on it. And I've done some research. I've called around to a few other close municipalities in the same size as us. And I just wondered if we could maybe look at maybe what other municipalities are paying the committee members of the Committee of Adjustment. Sorry, kind of worded that differently. But anyways, yeah, I think that's something we should look into. I know they put a lot of time and effort into their decision making and how they come about to do it. They have to go out on sites and they do a lot of research too. So Yeah, that's something I'd like to speak, if we could maybe, with staff, we could maybe look into that. Also, for many of the committee of adjustments, the chair gets a little bit extra of a stipend over the regular committee members' stipend. So I think that's fair because, again, just doing some research, that's the way it works in a lot of other C of A's. So anyways, that's just one thing I'd like to see. If staff, in no rush, but in time, we could look at that, get a report back on that. The other thing is benefits to councillors. I know many municipalities, the councillors are also involved in paying into receiving some benefits through the town plan, whether it's some dental, but the councillors are paying their share to be provided benefits through the town's plan. So I'd like to see that maybe the staff look into that. If there's a will and a way that if members of council want to be part of the benefits plans for the town, and they contribute their share. But that is ongoing in other municipalities. Here we are at Grimsby. We're not catching up too quickly, but anyways, just my thoughts. And I thank you very much for allowing me to bring that up.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. Seeing no further questions or comments, I have Councillor Cadwell as the mover. I just need a seconder. Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that report FAN 22-04 2021 statement of remuneration and expense for members of council and council appointments to boards dated March 7th, 2022 be received for information. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're moving to section 8.1, Administration and Finance Report, Report TC 22-05, Grimsby Public Library Board Councillor Appointment. Just gonna take that. Sarah, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the library board had two resignations, one from Councillor Vane and one from a volunteer member. We are currently in the process of filling the vacant volunteer position. And as such, we thought this would be a good time to appoint a member of council to this board. So at this time, we are seeking whether a member would like to come forward as a candidate for this appointment. Would there be any members of council that would like to volunteer on the library board?
Through the mayor.
Councillor
Can I ask a
Sharp.
question? Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Can you give some information? Maybe you could send this out by email. The time of the meeting, the frequency, and could you send that out and then we could answer by email?
Sure, Catherine is also online right now. It is monthly. Catherine?
Hi, through you, Mayor Jordan. Yes, the meetings are monthly on Wednesdays, the second Wednesday of each month at 6:30 p.m.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Is there already a council member that sits on that board? So you're just adding one more to the board? Is that the idea?
That's correct. I believe Councillor Bothwell is on the board now.
Thank you.
So currently our terms of reference does state 2 members of council. If there's no one that would like to volunteer, we could pass a motion to finish off the term with just one councillor on the board.
Councillor Bothwell.
I will put forward that motion if we need someone to put it forward. And we just need a seconder.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be more than happy to put my name forward for the board.
All right. Need a mover and seconder to get the resolution appointing Councillor Ritchie to the library board. Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Cadwell. Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that report TC 22-05 Grimsby Public Library Board Councillor appointment dated March 7th, 2022 be received, and that council appoint Councillor Ritchie to the Grimsby Public Library Board. All in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
All right. Congratulations, Councillor Ritchie. Now we move to section 8.2. Councillor Vardy's resolution to return to in-person meeting. Oh, sorry. Oh, I missed the report CAO 22-03 Council Chambers Process and Technology Update. And Sarah, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an information report to assist with council's discussion on the resolution regarding return to in-person meetings. We've had significant upgrades to both the chambers and technology, which we wanted to provide an update on through this report. And also based on the resolution, staff are in support and also wanted to provide for some key dates. We will be doing training to staff this week on new processes and technology, and also invite all members of council next week to receive an overview. So for the next meeting of March 21st, as this will be our first in-person meeting in a while, we do ask that we start off with council back into the chambers first, and then open committee of the whole and council meetings to the public at the subsequent meeting of April 4th.
Thank you, Sarah. Questions from council? I see Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, Sarah, and our CAO Harry Schlang for the report. I like it, and I want to get back into the chambers too, but I want to do it at the right time. And I think this report just puts a good, strong emphasis on doing it when it's the proper time and the safe time. So that's just a comment. But I do have a question. I know you've been doing a lot of work in technology for the chambers, and I'm really happy to see that we won't be sharing a microphone like we used to do in the past. I've had some conversations with some other councilor friends of mine, and they can't believe that that's what we did. But that's what we did in the past. That's okay. Now we're moving forward, and that's great. That's good news. But what I was wondering, with the new technology, will there be the possibility, or we'll be able to vote by just pressing a button? I know the Niagara region does that, and I know there's other municipalities that's what they're doing too. That's what's taking a little bit of time for the infrastructure, for the IT technology for that. So is there a possibility we can be doing the same voting by hitting a button like some other municipalities are? That's just my question. Thank you.
Sarah, can you answer that? Philip, sorry.
I'll take that one, Mr. Mayor.
Right.
Good evening,
Perfect.
everyone.
Perfect.
The quick answer to your question is yes, the technology does enable of automatic voting or electronic voting. That is not going to be enabled on day one, but the solution is built to accommodate that feature later on. We wanted to get the basic features in there for you to support council's in-person needs. So we rushed to do that. The electronic voting will come later, Councillor. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Philip. That's a good answer. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Councillor Vardy.
Yes, thank you. And Sarah, I know we've talked about this a little bit, and I'm willing to amend my motion somewhat, but I do want us to return to in-person meetings. I think it's really important that council be present at these meetings. I would be fine to amend my motion that we could allow consultants and whomever to attend via Zoom or some other way possible, like a hybrid way. But I think it's important that councillors be in committee, in person at the table. So I'm willing to amend my motion for that. However, I feel very strongly that councillors have to be in the room at the table. So, and I'd like to see that happen starting on the 21st. And if it's not doable, we could do a training session sometime before that, so we can be ready on the 21st. And let's go from there and open it up to the public, because the province has said we can open up to the public. Hockey games are open up to the public. All other venues are open up to the public. So certainly town hall should be too. So however you want to modify my motion, that's fine. But those are the important points that need to be considered in it.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, currently we do have a bylaw allowing for electronic participation. So we would have to modify that bylaw to not permit electronic participation for councillors, for council members of council, but allow for, like you said, staff, public, or other consultants.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I'm sure happy to get back behind the horseshoe, but I would like to suggest that we move in a cautionary fashion, and that we are allowed to still have virtual meetings as it is written in our procedural bylaw, because all of us aren't looking at feeling the same way, especially those who have health issues. And as I might remind us all, the province lifted restrictions on March the 1st, but told us in the hospitality industry, if we wanted to continue to ask for the QR code or the passport, the vaccine passports, we may, because we're not all feeling quite the same way. So I think we need to take a cautionary approach, and I think we should still be able to attend in Zoom form if we so choose. And I think we've been doing this for 2 years, so I don't think we need to run out and suddenly change everything overnight. And I might remind my colleagues that last winter, March being the time of year when they lifted restrictions, and at the end of March, they locked us down again. So we're not out of the woods yet, and the World Health Organization hasn't declared the pandemic over. So I think we still should think in a cautionary approach to this, so that we all feel comfortable. And I'll be very happy to get back behind the horseshoe whenever we decide, whether it be March 21st or the first meeting in April. But I think we still need to be able to have that choice because of health and safety issues, like anything else. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Thank you. Councillor Dunstall just kind of stole my thunder there, but it's obviously, because the province allows hybrid, I will continue to use that for the time being, only because, I mean, as much as we all want to pretend that everything's peachy keen and there's an election coming up and all the world's returned to normal, the reality is that it hasn't. If there's one statistic that I constantly follow, because it's not controlled by politics, and it's the wastewater management statistic, it's showing that the COVID-19 cases or amount of people sick with COVID-19 is actually increasing. I had another thing here I just read too. The other day, CBC News, or sorry, that was today, said as the pandemic nears 2-year anniversary, at least 6 million deaths have been recorded, and they say that's understatement. There's the hospitalizations in Newfoundland and Labrador are still getting high. 1,700 Manitobans have died. I can go on and on and on, and I'm not going to. But my point being is I agree with what Councillor Dunstall just said. I think we're being premature. I think the idea that we're trying to pretend that this doesn't exist anymore and that we all get to go in there and sit and smile, I'm not endangering my health for anybody. I'm sorry, my health comes first. So, you know what? I mean, I get it's an election year and everybody wants to get back in there and show everybody how nice they are. But like somebody said today, it shows more transparency. Like I've had 2 emails on this issue, and one of them was one of the delegations tonight. You know what? There's no lack of transparency here. We're doing just fine the way it is. So I am not going to support going back to council because I'm not going to endanger my health. And that's just because I base it on facts, not because of political whims. Thank you.
Councillor Frey.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'll second Madam Vardy's motion. I too think that, we can use all the excuses in the world not to come back to council. And it's pretty neat that we can just sit at home and be comfortable and, dial in and play our part for the town. But in the meantime, the public wants us to come back to work. Not that we're not working now, but they want us to come back to council chambers and be able to come there themselves and confront us, see us in person. And I think that's what we were voted to do. And yes, we can get into a real comfortable situation by just dialing in from wherever we are. And I don't think that's the way it was meant to be. So we need to belly up to the bar here and come back to council and be seen there and let our general public come back to council and see us and talk to us. This is not real. This is like virtual reality. So, I mean, let's get back to the chambers. I really think it's sooner the better. And yes, thank you for the report, by the way, Philip. We kind of missed out here a little bit. We're kind of talking past what you're doing here. I think we do need the training. I did have a chance to have a look at the new technology. I think it's fantastic. It even allows our regional councillor to sit at the table as well now with his own microphone, which is great. And we get our own microphones. And there's some more technology add-ons to that where we can vote. And I think we need to get trained, get back there and start doing our work properly and be able to talk to people in person. I know we may have to put in place some precautionary measures in the early stages, but if we have to ease ourselves back, that's fine. But I do believe we have to make every effort to get back to work in the chambers. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. There's no question attached to that, but thank you very much for your report, Philip. It's encouraging. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just want to ask the clerk, in the procedural bylaw in section 13, electronic participation, number 9 of that section says electronic participation shall be permitted for a 1-year period from the termination of the provincial declaration of emergency in consideration of public health advice to limit the spread of COVID. Does that mean that this section of the PBL basically is only in force for 1 year from the end of the emergency declaration, the end of the declaration of emergency? Just if you could clarify that first, and then I have a second question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. Because in the initial report that we did bring forward, we stated that it would be for a 1-year term and that for council to reconsider or decide after that year term is over.
So remind me, the declaration of emergency has been ended, right? Provincial declaration. We're still under it?
Yes.
So until that's lifted from the date that it's ended totally, then we'll have 1 year only for this procedural bylaw section to be in place.
Yes, and after that year, council can decide to continue it or get rid of it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be supporting the staff report and also the bylaw, how with the virtual and hybrid and all that stuff, that technology. Because you know what? It's not a bad idea, because if somebody goes away on vacation and there's a meeting and there's something important maybe they want to be a part of, why not have that option? So yeah, that's just my comments to it. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the first point I'm going to bring up is off of Councillor Bothwell's comments about once the emergency declaration is over, then we have a 1 more year under the hybrid system, and then we decide. So are we looking at getting rid of the hybrid system in the future? Because if that is, I would consider that a reconsideration of a motion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the initial motion was to say 1 year and for council to consider it at that point, after that 1 year, whether to continue it or get rid of it. So it could continue after that year term.
Correct, but it would be 1 year. I believe the wording was after the declaration or the emergency declaration is considered finished, over. So we still haven't heard that statement yet. So then it would be 1 year from that date. So if the Ford government ends it on April 1st, then it would be 1 year from that period to make a decision. And changing things right now would be a reconsideration of a motion. That's what I would believe. So I just wanted to clarify that language.
Yeah, I'm thinking the way it's worded right now, in my opinion, it is a reconsideration to change it at this time.
Thank you. Then I also want, thank you. So I agree with you, Mayor Jordan, and I just wanted to make some other statements. I agree. I think that we should always try to get it back into the council chamber. The whole reason to look at the council chamber and the whole reason why electronic participation wasn't allowed in the past was due to security reasons. So under the pandemic, they allowed us to go to electronic base or electronic system or a hybrid system. And I think those security concerns have been erased. I haven't seen any problems with security whatsoever, you know, in my opinion. Maybe I'll be proven wrong one day, but I really enjoy the hybrid system. As you can all tell, even though my background's a little bit blurry, I'm actually on vacation right now. I'm in Hawaii, and to be able to participate at this meeting at this time is fantastic. It's great that I can be here, participate, and if it wasn't allowed, I'd just be on my vacation, having a great time. But, you know, I feel it's important to be here at times as much as possible. So I'm taking time out of my own vacation to participate today, and I think it's a great option we have. So I'm glad to hear that this would be a reconsideration of a motion. Again, once the declaration is over, I don't think that we should not move towards in-person meetings and allowing the public to attend. But I think that I will be supporting the staff report. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think that what Councillor Ritchie has just said, I just wanted to bring up the previous term of council when we were away on vacation, we were away, and every summer we had a councillor who was a school teacher, and every summer he went away to Florida and he could never attend, and that went on every year. And I'm sure at one time he wanted to know if he could phone in, and we wouldn't even allow that, again because of security. And I think we've gotten over the fear of that security issue, and I think it's a great option. And I hope in time that we realize technology is moving us forward, and that this is only enhancing our ability to do what we do. And I must remind us all that this is a part-time position, so we should be able to go away on vacation. But if we want to have that option to attend, like Councillor Ritchie just did from Hawaii, we should be able to. And we just have to embrace it. And so I'll be supporting the staff report, knowing that we wouldn't be reconsidering the hybrid process right now, that we will continue with it, if I understand that correctly, until the emergency is lifted, and then we would consider it at that time about hybrid. And so thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. So I just have a few comments on this report. So first, I'd like to say that I'm excited to be returning to in-person meetings. I will be there. I'll bring coffee and donuts. I really want to get back in person, and I'll be happy to see all of you. All right, but I'm a younger person in my 30s. I have plenty of energy. I want to get out, and I'm real happy to be going back. So I look forward to being there. But I do think that people should have the choice. I think they should have the freedom of choice to attend meetings or not. And that goes for the public and the councillors too. And we do a lot to make things accessible. And so I think we can continue that. I know at my work, because this is a part-time job, I work a full-time job, and I'm still working from home. And, you know, things have been great. I work an office job, so I'm able to work from my desk in my office at home. And I'm set up. You could see me right now. I've got monitor, laptop, keyboards. Like there's a whole setup here. This is my office. And so I think that's the direction that the world is going. And I think for the council to turn in the other direction, it's not the wrong thing. It's just, it's not the way that everything else is going. So I also want to point out that last year, so I said I work a full-time job. I've got kids, and I'm a busy guy. I'm do this as a part-time thing, and I probably put more than part-time hours, and I like doing this work. But I get about 3-4 weeks of vacation per year. And last year in August, I attended the council meeting from Barry's Bay, a cottage we go to every year. It was near the August long weekend, and we spend, you know, a week up there. And there's times where I've driven home early. I leave my kids and wife there. We have to take 2 vehicles. You know, there are ways to get around this, or I could just not attend the meeting. I mean, we councillors are allowed to send regrets and not attend a council meeting, and that happens. Like Councillor Ritchie said, one of our former councillors used to go to Florida for the entire summer, and you miss all those meetings. And so I think that the council meeting should be allowed as the hybrid version going forward. I'm leaning towards that there should be some kind of restraint, but it should be personal restraint. And I think that councillors should attend in person. Councillors should be available to the public, and at all times. Anyone can call me from any ward at any time, and I'll meet with you, right? I'll be there. So if you don't, then maybe you'll have to be held to the flame during the next election. But I will support the report. I'm not sure if there is any recommendation in this report. Can I just have some clarification from the clerk? Where do we vote, and what are we voting on?
You, Mr. Mayor, this was just an information report, so we're just receiving it. It was really to help you with your discussion in the resolution, which is the next item.
Okay, so we've had a lot of my discussion now, so I'll pass this on to the next item. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further speakers, we need a mover and seconder to receive the council chamber process and technology report. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, seconder, Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that report CAO 22-03 Council Chambers Process and Technology Updates dated March 7th, 2022 be received for information. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're moving to the resolution by Councillor Vardy on return to in-person meetings. Councillor Vardy, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I still think it's really important that that we be there in person. It's an expectation of residents. They want to see us in person. My motion does make provision for should public health requirements change, that we can adapt this to those changes. I think if we're letting people in to hockey games, certainly we can let the ones who want to come into town hall. People can still see us on, can still watch meetings, but people want to see us in person. They want to be able to ask questions of us in person. And I think particularly as we're, going into an election year, people are paying more and more attention to what council is saying and doing. And it's a kind of accountability that our public wants to see. So I feel quite strongly that we should be returning. I think the province has always followed the expert advice. The experts are saying it's okay. And in a way, I think we should be setting the example that if it's okay, it's okay. So let's get in there. You still wear masks indoors. There is still some, I think we can easily get some temporary dividers. There are ways to sort of reduce what limited risks there are at this point. And while cases are surfacing, they're not of the kind of severity that we've seen in the past. We also have treatment options that we didn't have at the beginning of the pandemic. So I think we're in a very different place than we were 2 years from now. And I'm not sure that this pandemic is ever going to end, but we need to find some normalcy. And we need to take advantage of whatever it is that we can do that normalizes the situation. So that's my point. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through Mayor Jordan. Did we not already decide that this was a reconsideration of a motion? Seeing how we get rid of electronic participation?
Yes, clerk.
I think we need to deal with that first then, please.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Vardy.
My motion doesn't make any comment on electronic participation.
It would repeal the other bylaw and bring this in.
Well, I think to make the bylaw.
If Mr. Ritchie wants to talk, please ask him to do a point of order, point of clarification. Thank you.
All right. I really think that the hybrid version is the one that we should consider by eliminating the hybrid or the right for a councillor to participate electronically is, in my opinion, a reconsideration if it's looked at tonight. Yeah, why don't I read the resolution? Whereas if public health care indicators continue to improve following the public health and workplace safety measures will come into effect on March 1st, 2022, capacity limits will be lifted in all indoor public settings. Proof of vaccination requirements will be lifted, with businesses being allowed to implement them voluntarily. Other protective measures such as mask, face covering requirements, and active passive screenings of patrons will be in place. Whereas should public health units not deploy local and regional responses based on local health indicators, so be it resolved that council return to chambers effective March 21st, 2022 for hybrid meetings, and that the public be permitted to return to chambers for all council and committee of the whole meetings as at its subsequent meeting. So hybrid is in there. So I think this resolution is not a reconsideration as it's read. So we can continue discussion on that. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. But I also like to comment, I keep on hearing excuses if we're allowed to go to hockey games. Well, we're allowed to go to hockey games in November and December as well. But I didn't see anybody sit there and say, let's get back to person at that time. Not to say that we shouldn't be in person. I want to be in person. I just think that it's, to force staff and all the rest to say, yeah, we're doing it and doing it now without having proper procedures in place and not considering other individuals, maybe due to medical reasons, whatever else, if they want to participate electronically, that's fine. But this motion also does not speak about how the public can participate. Are they allowed to give an electronic delegation? That's a question I would have right now. I wonder if I can get an answer to that.
Sarah?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, if we have the hybrid meeting and allow for that electronic participation, delegations would be able to participate electronically.
Okay, so this motion allows everything. It just changes the timelines from the staff report, correct?
So this motion states that council can return to in-chamber at the March 21st meeting, but because we still have that bylaw in place for electronic participation, it would be considered more of a hybrid meeting.
Right. So, but again, this motion here, does it support the staff report or does it not? That would be my question.
So you, Mr. Mayor, I would say it does because it does open it up for both in council to be here and to continue with the electronic participation, which was on the report.
The report from staff moving forward, besides public participation, which staff has said they can or cannot do, whether we vote yes to Councillor Vardy's motion or no to Councillor Vardy's motion, staff is still looking to proceed the way they are. So I think it's almost irrelevant. Thank you.
Councillor Frick.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm not sure where we are on this right now. I do endorse the revised motion. I have no issue with hybrid meetings. I mean, I think that if you are on vacation, it's convenient. I think if you're incapacitated and can't get to a meeting for whatever reason, I think that's okay. But I think that, as Councillor Dunstall said, we have to look inside ourselves and we have to make our own choices. And I think we should make every opportunity available that we should come to chambers in person and participate at the chamber level and let the public come back to the chambers so that they can sit there and be there when we're having our councillor meetings. So I think we have something here that we are kind of all of agreeing to, I think. But again, I say, all councillors should make every damn effort they possibly can to be in the chamber, unless there's something really restrictive that keeps them away. It'd be health or incapacitation, or maybe they're just away and can't get there. That's fine. But I think that the hybrid model will work for those of us, and I think we should go along with that particular motion, and I still endorse it as read. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I think the way that Councillor Vardy has worded her motion aligns exactly with the staff report. And I think that the timing of her motion, it came and on this agenda, it was a notice of motion last meeting. So staff had prepared this report prior to her being able to speak to it. So they do align. And I see no issue with her motion because it actually follows the exact same timeline, which is March 21st. We go in person and hybrid, and April 4th, the public is invited into chambers as well. So it's just, it's not that it's a moot point. It's that her motion was brought forward first, technically before the staff report. So she's just reinforcing what staff are saying they are capable of doing. And I think it's important that we do vote on it, which will also show our support for staff. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, for letting me speak a second time. If I could ask the clerk to clarify, are we aligning with the staff report? I thought we were going into in-person training and then our first meeting in April would be the first one would be in person. Is that correct? Because Councillor Bothwell said differently.
You, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is aligning.
It is, isn't it? Okay.
Yes,
sorry.
because it is stating that council return to chambers effective March 21st. So we are allowing council to come back into
Oh, okay.
town
Sorry,
hall
I thought it
for
said
hybrid
April.
meetings. So the staff, we're not talking about any electronic participation at this time, but because we are allowing council back into the chamber, there will be some format of hybrid meetings. And then for the April 4th meeting, we will be opening it up to public as stated in the report.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Thank you. Sarah, I just want clarification on something here. I mean, I'm getting a little confused here. We're saying we already have a motion in place that allows hybrid meetings. And yet now we're going to pass another motion, which we're saying is not a reconsideration, to allow hybrid meetings. Well, if I'm looking at a shovel and I see another shovel, I'm looking at a shovel, 2 shovels now. So please explain to me how this motion is different than the one we already have. I mean, I don't have a problem. Anybody can go back whenever they want. Whenever I feel safe, I'll go back. But I don't understand what the difference between the motions is. That's what I'm a little confused about.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think this was also kind of the decision of EOC. We were hoping to continuously do electronic participation, but Councillor Vardy would like for us to return back in person.
Is there anything stopping councillors from attending right now if they want to come to the town hall?
Well, currently we are doing it all virtually.
But is there anything stopping from councillors attending town hall? The mayor's there. Is there anything stopping from any other councillor from coming in? Is there any bylaw that prohibits them from coming in?
It wouldn't be a bylaw, but it would be a decision that was made by our emergency management team for safety purposes and whatnot to continue with electronic participation. So we did not allow council at this time, except the mayor, the chair. So now this kind of establishes a firm date to be able to reopen it back to council.
Okay, so we're still maintaining hybrid, but we're just saying, okay, if you want to come in, come in. All right.
Yes.
I still, my personal opinion, I still say is that I don't think we're looking at all the facts. I think, unfortunately, and I'm not pointing this at us as a council, I'm saying provincially, I think this is more politically driven. And that's why I believe it's being done. I'm all for the businesses opening up. I don't have a problem. But again, with businesses, that's still up to people. It's up to the business owners if they want to open. It's up to the people if they want to attend. I just think, I don't know. I think we're looking for trouble. But anyways, that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor. This, the staff report and the motion are to me the same. To me, the motion should be withdrawn because we're going to accomplish the same thing. We've been going on for a lot of minutes with this. So I'd like to call the question, please.
The difference between this and the staff report is that this actually sets a firm date and actually offers a direction where the staff report was just received. So I think that's the difference. But the question has been called. So I have a mover as Councillor Vardy, seconder Councillor Frake. Whereas if public health and healthcare indicators continue to improve, the following public health and workplace safety measures will come into effect on March 1st, 2022. Capacity limits will be lifted in all indoor public settings. Proof of vaccination requirements will be lifted with businesses being allowed to implement them voluntarily. Other protective measures such as mask, face covering requirements, and active passive screening of patrons will be in place. Whereas should public health units not deploy local and regional responses based on local health indicators, be it resolved that council return to chambers effective March 21st, 2022 for hybrid meetings, and that the public be permitted to return to chambers for all council and committee of the whole meetings at its subsequent meeting.
Point of clarity, Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
I heard you say for hybrid meetings in the motion. Was there a new copy of that motion handed out?
No.
Yeah, I'm also reading an old version.
Because I don't have that in the version that I'm looking at.
I have it written in my version.
Was there a friendly amendment made then?
It was written in by the clerk, right?
Yes, Councillor Vardy, are you good with the friendly amendment? Because that is just to clarify.
Yes, I am.
All right. So
Recorded vote, please, Mayor.
recorded vote, yes.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
No.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right, now we're moving to item 10.1, report DPW 22-07, Dine at Grimsby Patio Program. Brandon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. The report before council this evening is with respect to asking council support in moving forward with a framework for our outdoor dining program for the upcoming 2022 spring, summer, fall season. Essentially, the program provides businesses the ability to utilize the public sidewalks for the purpose of outdoor patios for mainly individual food establishments. Just to walk you through some of the history. So prior to the pandemic, each application for a patio was required to be brought forward before council as part of the permit process. And of course, during the pandemic, we did a pilot study, which amongst other provisions allowed staff to issue permits directly to businesses without needing to go through council approval for each application. So we did utilize this process successfully for a 2-year period, both in the 2020 and 2021 patio seasons. And as part of this report, we're asking that council endorse a similar process going forward on a go forward basis. A couple of other specific changes we utilized during the pilot program. We relaxed the business requirements for minimum commercial general liability insurance, as well as waiving permit fees. So both of those we are recommending to be continued on again for the 2020 season. The other item that we're asking for council's consideration is respect to how we're going to handle the downtown core in 2022, specifically the area on Main Street between Ontario and Christie. Again, during the pandemic, the town, the region, and the DAA worked collaboratively in preparing or providing a barrier system in the north parking lane. The barriers allowed the parking lane to be used for pedestrian access while allowing the businesses to expand their patios for the full width of the sidewalk. Going into 2022, staff approached the DAA to look at some alternatives for handling the downtown area this year. So taking into consideration the feedback received from the DAA as well as staff's concerns, we came up with an alternative, what we're calling option 4, is essentially a pedestrian platform, and that can be seen in figure 2 of the report. I think that's on page 4 of the report. So essentially this would involve the town renting raised walkways that would allow pedestrians to be directed around each participating business who would be participating or utilizing, again, the entire width of the sidewalk. Essentially, instead of installing the barricades for the entire length of the parking lane, we would limiting the obstructions, if you want to call it, or the bump outs to just the businesses who are participating. So a couple of benefits to this approach, obviously we'd be minimizing the loss of parking spaces. That one of the concerns we did receive from the other businesses who weren't participating, was the impact they lost to their parking spaces in front of their businesses. So this would minimize that. And then the bump outs are a little bit more visually appealing as well. The barricades, as much as we did to make them pretty with putting flowers on them, it was a common comment that we got from the public is they are a bit unsightly. So this gives us a bit of a balance between, a little bit something more appealing and also allows the properties to extend their patios. So there would be a cost to that approach with the rental of the platforms, with plus additional signage and safety features that may be required. And again, we'll have to deal with the region of Niagara on that. We're anticipating the cost to be in the neighborhood of $15,000 to $18,000. We did not account for these costs as part of our 2020 budget, 2022 budget. So we are asking for council's authorization to allocate additional funds towards these costs. And we're suggesting funding that through our corporate projects reserve. And then just to comment, the DIA is committed again to contributing $3,000 towards any beautification required to support that approach. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Councillor Vane.
Thank you. Brandon, I'm going to stick my hand in the mouth of the tiger here, but you did mention that other businesses were not happy. And that was one of the biggest things that I had when I shopped downtown is a lot of the businesses were very upset because it took away a great deal of parking and it benefited 3 restaurants, which at the time were under a great deal of stress and still are, and will be for years, I'm sure. But comment as well as my own personal view, a lot of times, a lot of those tables outside were empty. And another comment too, is you're putting a lot of emphasis on the DIA, and unfortunately, some of the, I don't want to say a lot, but some of the businesses I spoke to are not feeling well represented. I think we need to do a better talking to the merchants downtown as opposed to just listening to the DIA or just listening to 3 restaurants. I think we have to be fair here. And I get that the restaurants, just like every other business in the world, has suffered because of the pandemic. And I want to help them. I do not want to lose any of those restaurants. I enjoy them very much. But I don't think constantly blocking off a main street, which is busy all the time then, and taking away parking is the way to go. I think we have to find an alternative. We have to find some other way to do it. What's the biggest argument we have every time a new development comes in around Main Street? It's parking, parking, parking. We just killed the 7-story rental building because of it. We put Century condos through heck to give us extra parking. And then the first thing we say is, oh, we're going to shut down another 20 spots. We're kind of not carrying the torch the right way here. And like I say, a lot of business owners I spoke to were not happy with it. They didn't think it was fair to them because they're suffering just as much as everybody else. And but I'm trying to be very sympathetic to the restaurants at the same time. I know they're in a bad spot, and I know a lot of them are struggling. And so I don't know totally what to say, but all I can do is relate what the people said to me. There's just not a lot of confidence in the DIA, and there's just not a lot of confidence in shutting down the street. So anyways, I've just relayed messages, that's all.
Councillor Frank.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to correct Councillor Vane. He continues to downplay the DIA. The members downtown are all the merchants downtown are members of the DIA. They attend meetings, they correspond with the DIA all the time. I don't know who you're talking to downtown.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I don't need to be corrected because I'm telling facts.
I am correcting you because
no, there's no correction because I'm not saying it.
Councillor Vane, Councillor Vane, Councillor Frank.
Point of order. I'm calling a point of order, Mr.
Mayor. And I overrule it.
Why do you overrule it? Let's take a vote then. I think we should take a vote on whether I should be overruled on a point of order because it doesn't make your particular satisfaction. Because you are on the DIA, you have a business down there, so you're in a conflict of interest. But please overrule it and let's have a vote on it.
Councillor Vane, I'm sorry.
Point of order was raised. We're dealing with that right now.
Stop.
Point of order was raised. You take back the correction part.
I could have called point of order. I could have called point of order.
But you are also on the DIA, and you know as well as I do. There's no faith.
Order, and this is a first warning for both Councillor Frank and Councillor Vane.
But I had a point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Has to stop.
That's fine, but I'm trying to speak to my point of order. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to do it.
And I'm overruling it. And
and where's my vote? I would like to ask for a vote then on your overruling, because I think personally you're in a conflict of interest here.
You done?
No, I'm waiting for the mayor to declare a conflict of interest because I think that's what you're doing here, Mr. Mayor. Be honest with you.
I don't have a conflict of interest.
Yes, you do. You own a business down there and you sit on the DIA board. So yeah, you do have a bit of a conflict of interest, and I'd like to have a vote on whether you can overrule me or not.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Let's have a recorded vote, please.
Do I get to finish what I was talking about?
We're still dealing with the point of order. Sorry. I'm not trying to challenge you, Councillor Frake, just so you know.
You have. Thank
Well,
you.
I wasn't trying to. I was trying to speak for my residents,
All right.
my voters.
All right, both of you, the crosstalk can stop now.
Well, I think we're trying to make peace, Mr. Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Vane, seconder. Oh, there appears to no seconder, so let's move on. Councillor Frake, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yes, first of all, Brendan, thank you for the presentation and for the report. A question for you. The picture of the photo I see on page 4, is that the type of barriers we'll see downtown?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, something very similar. Just as an example of what we're looking at, what do you call them, platform walkouts. Again, the idea behind these is instead of providing a full barrier like we did in previous years, it'd be limited to just the businesses that are participating. So the impact on parking would be significantly less than what we had done previously in previous years. So that's kind of why I'm feeling this is a bit of a compromise between what we did previous years and still trying to accommodate the restaurant businesses or retail businesses for that matter, if they want to participate with additional space on the sidewalk.
Thank you. It looks really good, actually. If it's something similar to that, it certainly will look better than those big concrete ballards we had down there. The other thing is I've spoken to quite a number of businesses downtown in the last number of months for various reasons, especially coming into the summer when we're inviting the farmers market back to downtown. So some of those bump outs, would that still accommodate the farmers market? I mean, can they work around them? I mean, I think what you're doing here is you're kind of putting these barriers in only in front of the shops which want them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, which opens up a lot of the parking downtown, which wasn't there before with the old system, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, correct.
Yeah, because I've spoken to one of the pub owners downtown, and he could care less about the barriers. I know the Giant Tiger, they suffer from having ballards there. That won't be I guess it won't be in front of their store anymore, will it? Because they don't want it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, correct. It'll just be in front of the participants. So if Giant Tiger wanted it, they could have it in front of their property. If they don't want it, it won't be in front of their property.
Yeah, and there was also a shop across the way from there that also felt this farmers market interfered with their business, and also the ballards or the old barriers interfere with the business. So I'm really glad that you've taken a customized approach to what's going on downtown. I think this will work. And I think your report pretty much touches on all the key areas. And this is something that the DIA wanted. And I'm glad you were listening to what the DIA and their members had to say, because this is exactly what they were trying to do. And I think you've got it right. And I appreciate it. And on behalf of the DIA, thank you for putting together such a wholesome report that looks like it will work. Because there's going to be a lot of other, over the next year, over this year, our 2022, our anniversary year, you'll probably see a lot of other events downtown. And I think this particular configuration is going to play into that. And that's great. And thank you so much. I certainly will endorse this. And thank you, Brandon. A good report and a great layout. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to report to Brandon. I've just got some concerns, and it's from a safety perspective. I know the concrete Jersey barriers, even though with the planters that they look great from the greenhouse business that provided those, that they were fantastic. But I just got concerns that from a safety perspective, if a car was to, go in a bad direction, and I hope that never happens, but because I think of Burlington on Lakeshore Road. They've got the across from Spencer Smith Park. They've got a lot of the businesses. They have very nice I think some of them had wine barrels inside of the orange Jersey barrier. They weren't Jersey barriers on Lakeshore Road. They were full of water. But that gives some stability. So again, the picture looks great, Brandon. I really like the look of it. I truly just have some concerns with the the safety aspect of it. That's all. And I'm not going to over dwell on that. Just make that known that that's my concern. I like your idea of just having it where the businesses want it, because of my recollection of Brant Street in Burlington. Sorry, I reflect because I worked there for 21 years, but that's what they were doing, basically on Brant Street in Burlington. And I thought that was great too. It kept some of the parking available on Brant Street. So the only thing Councillor Frake brought up the farmer's market, and I know a lot of people want the market back on Main Street, downtown. I know it creates traffic problems, so it's kind of it's a tough situation, but I think the market is very viable for the downtown, bringing a lot of people downtown. So the concerns with the market downtown and then the bump outs, the fire department needs to have access. And so what I'm just wondering if maybe we could have some more consultation if the market was planning to come downtown. I don't know yet. Haven't heard anything yet. Also, maybe some consultation, if that's the case, and have some consultation with the fire department, which I don't know, Brandon, maybe you have already, and I'm not trying to jump ahead or anything here, but what I would like to do, if we could defer it tonight and have it brought up again at the next meeting. I mean, it's still early. I like the whole concept, again, just from a safety perspective, and the having some more consultation with the market and the fire department. So I'd like to make a motion to defer it after everybody speaks. I'm fine with that, if I could, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, can I respond?
Yes, go ahead, Brandon.
Thank you. So just a couple of things that Councillor Cadwell, as you indicated, that there is no barrier shown there. Obviously, that is a concern for us. So the picture is not entirely accurate to what we have to finally put down there. We will have to look at some type of barriers, obviously not to the extent that we did the previous year. So whether they're planters, barriers, signage, bollards, that kind of thing. That's why I've indicated, there will be some additional funding required to make it safe down there. So, and obviously in cooperation with the region of Niagara to meet their standards as well. And again, a good point with respect to the fire department access. Obviously, anytime we issue these permits, the fire department, building department are included on the review aspect of the permits. And in looking at if the downtown market is a go again, the fire department would be a key player in ensuring that whatever safety precautions are necessary to facilitate that are implemented as well.
Thanks, Brandon. Sorry, Mayor, if I may. Thank you for the comments. Are we just receiving this as a recommendation, or is this going to be yeah, if you could clarify that, then maybe we don't have to defer it. We could have more conversation in the next meeting or so.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just at this point, we're just asking for council's approval to initiate the program, basically, and that we establish a budget of $18,000 to proceed forward with it. And again, this would be as part of our 2022 program. With respect to the bump outs and obviously some coordination is required with the region. So we did really want to get ahead of this as much as we can to make sure that we have this in place. As soon as the sun starts shining and
temperature goes up.
And the weather, the people will be asking when are we going to have these patios.
Okay.
We do want to try to get ahead of that as best we can.
Okay. Great. Thanks, Brandon.
You're welcome.
Okay, just a point of clarification, Brandon. So like, is there discussions with the market, and would these bump outs cause issues for the market returning? That's I think the question that I have. So
I see Harry's hand up. I don't know, Harry, is that what you wanted to speak to, or?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Brendan, and maybe I'll just add when you're done.
Sure. Okay. So yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I have heard from other senior management with respect to the potential for the program for downtown being coming up again this year. I haven't had any specific comments or questions myself in terms of the program. So I was presenting the patio program again. My thought being that that market system would have to work around that. But again, obviously, I'm going based on the information that I had received from the DAA. Their blessing. If that has changed, then obviously we'd be evaluate as needed.
For you, Mayor, if I may, going back to Councillor Cadwell's comments, the direction for safety, I mean, we're going to take care of that. So we're going to do our due diligence on that. And Sir Sweeney has mentioned to us in CLT with Brendan that perhaps they are looking at bringing the market back. So we'll make the appropriate, we'll make sure that things can function downtown with those patios. So there's no real need to defer. It's to give us the green light, and then we'll do our due diligence and report back if something changes.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Appreciate the report, Brandon, and appreciate the depth of engagement that you did to get the feedback from the DIA and the businesses downtown. And I hear as well that they're very supportive of this new model, and it may impact only one or two food establishments that might want to do the patio thing. So it's going to leave a lot of the parking still available, which is great. And it would be nice to see the farmers market come back in combination with those extended patios if possible. That would be great. Just a quick question. So overall, I think the draft policy looks great. Does it apply to the Winston Road Main Street? Because we had some issues with the patios there, and I just want to make sure that it's, are we able for them still to have an extended patio? I know the setbacks for the accessibility is now 1.5 meters, whatever, and I just want to make sure the 2 million liability applies to them and all the other stuff applies to them, and that they can have extended patios, at least into the larger concrete area, as long as that only 1.5 meter width is provided. Is that correct?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. So the program applies to townwide, specifically in the Winston Road area. Although we're not proposing these bump outs, again, the program that we initiated last year and the year before, with respect to the allowing them to use the sidewalk, similar to they have done in previous years, would be the same. The difference being that we previously were requiring a 2.0 meter setback. We're now reducing that to 1.5. We will have to work with the individual businesses just to see how that setback works within our existing street furniture and things like that.
Okay, that's great. I just want to make sure they're not forgotten when you have those discussions. So that's appreciated. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. Through you, I just want to ask the question, how much did we spend last year on the barriers downtown? How much did we spend the year before?
So roughly where did I have it here? 36,000, I think we had said.
Which year?
Yeah, so in between combined 2020 and 2021, we roughly 36,000, so $18,000 a year.
So 18,000 per year. And it's going to cost, we're going to continue that budget this year, another 18,000.
Through you, Mr. Barry, yeah, very similar, 18,000.
Okay. And do we know, it sounds like there's only one or maybe two businesses that are going to get these bump outs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess the immediate people would benefit are the restaurants. I believe there's 3 or 4 down there. Some have expressed interest, in the program. So ultimately, I think there could be as many as 3 or 4, but it really ultimately depends once we make this decision obviously to go back to the DIA and confirm who would like to participate.
So if there's 2 or if there's 4, is the budget going to go up to 36,000 or is it going to go down to 9,000? And
sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say through you, Mr. Mayor. So we've estimated kind of a conservative 18,000 would be for the 4 businesses. Obviously, if less businesses participate, less what do you call it, walkways would be required, so the rental rate might go down. That being said, we are dealing with an economy of scale, so the more you rent, the better price you get for those rentals. So.
Okay, so I'm looking at, I know we did a really extensive debate during our 2020 budget, and we really debated hard over items like for 5,000, 7,000, we removed the Gateway Information Center, over $7,000. We debated a lot over Wi-Fi hotspots, over $5,000. We removed $16,000 for a wayfinding study for downtown that would have helped all the businesses. All right, we took that out, 16,000. And now we're going to put in 18,000 for 4 businesses. And so I remember I did put a lot of work into these budgets, and we did our budget this year just a week ago or 2 weeks ago. And now we're going to add 18,000. We're going to move it from somewhere, and we're kind of coming out of the pandemic. We've spent some money in the past years to do this. We've had some complaints from some businesses downtown, and my concern is with spending, and then when we don't apply that same thing to the businesses on Winston Road. I mean, we have 2 Main Street designations, and the DMS down on the Winston Road, and the same here. So if, I mean, I'm presuming that there's no economy of scale. So say 18 is for the 4, so that's like $4,500 per business downtown, and we're not going to offer that to the businesses on Winston Road. And I know there's several that could put a little patio out there and that would do really well. I mean, so we're offering it to some businesses and not others. And then it just doesn't sit well with me. I know I had similar complaints from the businesses. I'm Ward 4. And so the businesses that are on Winston Road are talking to me, and they're saying, how come we like one business in particular really felt like they were dealt a tough hand on their patio. And here we are going to spend close to $20,000 on the downtown. I'm not sure about that. So that's my comments for now. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further speakers, Councillor Cadwell, did you want to remove that deferral? Because staff has said that they will work with the market and work with anything in real time. So
yeah, I'm fine to let that go, Mayor. Yeah.
All right. So we just need a mover and seconder for the resolution for report DPW 2207. Councillor Bothwell, Councillor Frege. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frege. Resolved that report DPW 22-07 Dinette Grimsby Patio Program dated March 7th, 2022 be received, and that council authorize staff to administer the patio program on an ongoing basis in accordance with the requirements outlined Schedule A to the outdoor dining patio retail space area encroachment permit, and that council authorize the following temporary amendments to program in 2022. Permit fees will be waived, and the minimum amount of commercial general liability insurance be limited to $2 million, and enlarged patios with pedestrian thoroughfares be permitted in the downtown core, and that the authorization for temporary amendments to the program in 2022 be extended until December 31st, 2022, and that a one-time operating project budget of $18,000 be established to support the installation of the pedestrian thoroughfares, including appropriate signage and traffic safety requirements with the expenses being funded from the corporate project reserve. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're moving to planning and development. We have a number of delegations tonight. So we're going to ask that all the questions and comments follow the planning report 11.2. So first up, welcome Karen Bader. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Jordan and Council. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I've been a Grimsby resident for over 50 years, and tonight I would like to share with you my own personal reasons why I'm so passionate about the McNally House expansion. In 2010 and 2017, my mother and father-in-law had the privilege of passing away at McNally House Hospice. There, I have experienced firsthand the beauty of hospice care. The incredibly dedicated staff and volunteers made their final weeks comfortable, dignified, and peaceful. While losing loved ones can never be easy, knowing that they were being so well taken care of gave us space and time to grieve together. In 2019, my father passed away in our home after suffering for several long months with cancer. During this journey, I asked him, Dad, if things get really hard being at home, would you consider going to McNally House? He replied through tears, yes, I would never want to burden your mother that way. Nearing the end, things did become extremely challenging. Unable to secure a bed at McNally, we struggled to care for Dad at home. My 85-year-old mother, being a retired nurse, was able to deal with his pain medications and much more, although it took everything she had. We were fortunate that our daughter is also a nurse and helped between shifts. We did have some support through the amazing palliative care team, but due to staffing shortages, it was sporadic. Palliative care sent a hospital bed to our home as Dad further declined and was unable to stand. But without a lift, we always needed 2 people available to move him. Luckily, my husband Rod retired around this time and was there to help with the heavy lifting. Aside from my dad's own physical and emotional pain, the loss of his personal privacy to his family members was so hard on him. At one point, he turned to his granddaughter, Christy, and said, I'm so sorry you have to be doing this. I'm sure he could not have imagined how this would all play out for him and for us being his nurses at home. For me, the whole experience was so mentally and physically exhausting. It was heart-wrenching watching him fade away and watching my weary mother become completely burned out. The stress brought on by tending to my father full-time exacerbated my own personal illness that made caring for him that much more difficult. Being caregivers, day and night, we struggled to get any sleep. We all worried how much longer we could cope as each day became more exhaustive. The memories of our struggles and my dad passing in my home are still vivid in my mind. At McNally House, the family can gather, support, walk away, rest, and regroup, knowing that their loved ones have the best care. The family can remain the wife or husband, the children, and the grandchildren. I regret that my dad and our family were unable to access McNally House due to lack of beds. However, I look back on the stress and hardship of those months, and I think about how lucky we were. My husband and I no longer working, 2 nurses in the family, and having had my parents already living in our home, we had a greater capacity than most to provide the care he needed. Not every family has the time, resources, or skills to do the same. For these reasons, I urge you to support this amazing facility right here in our community so that families in West Niagara will not have to endure the struggles that we did. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation, Karen. Now we need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the delegation from Karen Bader be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have Debbie Zimmerman. Welcome, Debbie. Debbie, we can't hear you, Deb. Why don't we move to, oh, is it working now? No. Why don't we move to Pamela Blackwood, and then we'll see if we can get the technical difficulties from Debbie ironed out. Welcome, Pamela.
Good evening, Mayor Jordan and councillors. My sincere thanks for the opportunity to speak to this important matter. McNally House has been a part of the West Niagara community for 14 years. When we opened our doors in 2008, our beautiful 6-bed hospice was innovative. It was the first rural teaching hospice in Canada. It was exactly what our community needed 14 years ago. Hospice palliative care is essential to the overall health of a community, not just in terms of medical health, but in terms of the cost of care. Hospice care is delivered at a fraction of the cost of hospital care, and it helps divert end-of-life care beds away from our busy hospital. As we all know, the population of Grimsby and West Niagara is getting older, and unfortunately, the needs for hospice care becomes more acute. McNally House is at 90% capacity for most of the year. Each year, we are unable to meet the needs of nearly 20% of those community members who wish to die at McNally House. That number equates to an average of 24 of our neighbors who are not able to die in their place of choice. For every resident we care for, on average, we support 5 family members. So not only is it the 24 community members who were unable to be admitted to the hospice, but is also over 100 family members that were not given the comfort, support, and compassion that being at McNally House provides. The Niagara region is underserved when it comes to hospice beds. Our proposed expansion will increase our residential care capacity by almost 70%, adding 4 additional beds for a total of 10, which is the recommended maximum for hospice care. That is upwards of 50 community members who wouldn't have to die at the hospital. That is 50 caregivers who could stop being caregivers and go back to being a wife, a husband, a daughter, or a son. Throughout this process, we have explored every option for expansion, and the plan we have presented here today is the best plan for our community. We've been asked why not expand the existing facility. An architectural firm did a review, but it wasn't possible structurally to add an additional floor on top of our bungalow-style building, and an addition outward was restricted due to the water course and proximity to Central Avenue. It also did not seem appropriate for us to demolish the existing facility, which is less than 15 years old. Therefore, it will be repurposed as the day hospice, allowing us to follow best practices of other Ontario hospices and provide services not currently available in Grimsby and West Niagara. There can be up to a 2-year journey from the time a person receives their devastating diagnosis to when they transition to an end-of-life hospice bed. We currently support over 450 community members a year, utilizing our psychospiritual, bereavement, and community programs. With our current space restrictions, we are at capacity for what we can offer. The planned day hospice will provide 3 times the space we have available now in the basement of our facility. The expansion will build greater healthcare capacity within West Niagara for community members living with life-limiting illnesses, which will directly optimize an individual's healthcare experience. The project will dramatically increase access and equity to supports in West Niagara for the dying, their caregivers, and those left behind. Through educational programs within the day hospice, caregivers and newly diagnosed will be provided with the tools and knowledge to assist in managing their healthcare concerns at home, thus avoiding unnecessary trips to the emergency department and needless burdens on the larger healthcare system. The proposed new building is an institutionally zoned lands. It will be an integral part of the campus of care with West Lincoln Memorial Hospital and Deer Park Villa, creating a healthcare center of excellence right here in Grimsby, which will provide care from the beginning of life through to the end of life. We understand and appreciate the concerns our residential neighbors and have taken them into account with the provision of privacy fencing, increased buffering and setbacks, and dense landscaping. Similar to the existing hospice's landscape, McNally House's intent is to have a beautiful entranceway with flowers and landscaping that builds from the elements of a Carolinian forest, as well as cedars which are green year-round. We want to capture the sense of serenity and the beauty of nature for the residents. It is our hope, too, that this will also be experienced and enjoyed by our neighbors. This focus on beautiful gardens and landscaping will be interpreted throughout the property with trails to physically connect McNally House to West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. As to some of the concerns expressed at the various public meetings, McNally House has never had a flood and has 2 sump pumps that have never been activated. No infrastructure is proposed within the waterway, and the preliminary engineering reports with respect to the floodplain confirm that our redevelopment can mitigate and control for any adverse impacts. The completed traffic study indicates that our expansion will generate 19 vehicle trips total throughout the day, and that the current roads have ample capacity to accommodate this nominal impact. It should be noted that the traffic study pertains to what impact our proposed expansion has on traffic numbers. It was not the purpose or requirement of the traffic impact study to account for traffic generated by other sites. As far as the concern for service vehicles, McNally House currently receives waste removal pickup once every 2 weeks. This bi-weekly schedule will be unchanged. The waste removal truck typically is on site for approximately 1.5 minutes every second Friday between 9 and 10 a.m. Residents of the hospice arrive in patient transport, not by ambulance, and this occurs between the hours, usually between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. Much like those who are being cared for in their own homes, medical supplies arrive once a week via car, and pharmaceuticals are delivered in the standard manner by our local Shoppers Drug Mart. Grimsby has accomplished a level of healthcare for its residents that is the envy of other municipalities, with the upcoming rebuild of West Lincoln Memorial and the provision of long-term care and hospice services in a consolidated geographical area. Our proposed expansion meets a vital need and provides a service that allows Grimsby residents and their loved ones to receive compassionate end-of-life care without leaving their community. McNally House prides itself in being good neighbors, and we trust that the site plan process will allow for any additional mitigation measures necessary to benefit the nearby residents. McNally House will not be in the neighborhood. It is a part of the neighborhood, as it has been for the past 14 years, and there is no place else we would rather be. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation, Pamela. We just need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the delegation from Pamela Blackwood be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, Debbie Zimmerman. Debbie, is your mute working? No, we can't hear you, unfortunately. Okay, well, yeah, I still can't hear you.
Debbie, there's an arrow beside the mute button. If you click it, then it lets you select a microphone. You might be on it gives you an option, same as system, or like mine says Realtek audio.
No, unfortunately, we can't hear you. We'll keep you in the wings right the way through, and hopefully we can resolve this situation. So let's move to Murray Bain. Welcome, Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Can I be heard okay?
Yes, I can hear you, Murray.
Okay, thanks. So Mayor Jordan, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and to members of council, thank you as well. Good evening to each of you, and thank you for allowing me to share a few details about our proposed project. I hope Debbie can get back on because she had some very important and great information to share. It is really our great hope that we will be able to move forward as McNally House embarks on this initiative, and that will bring much needed increased services to hospice care in Niagara West. Starting with the generosity of Blair and Kathy McKeel, a $1 million lead gift, we launched our Life in Every Moment campaign in the spring of 2021 with the goal of raising $9.5 million to support this vision to the future of palliative care. We have a really great group of hardworking volunteers, community members leading our cabinet. And I'm pleased to inform you that we've reached 71% of our goal, just over $6.9 million. That's made up of generous donors that have sent an expression of compassion to their fellow community members who are facing an end-of-life journey. Their belief in supporting better hospice palliative care for Niagara West has sent a resounding message. You're not alone. Life is ending, but it's not over. And we want to embrace you in your remaining time as you wish, with the help and understanding of others who care. So supporting people to live well until their last breath is a measure of humanity as a society. And helping families stay well and cope through bereavement is a mark of a compassionate community. Through volunteerism and financial support, residents of our community continue to make a philanthropic spirit felt, contributing to West Niagara and being recognized as one of the top 3 communities
Thanks so much.
in Canada for palliative care. And I think I hear Debbie. I'm hoping so anyway. But we'll get there. So one of the top 3 communities in Canada. That's a big accomplishment. I'd like to say that our operating costs, 67% of our nursing costs are covered by the province of Ontario. And I'd like to also say that all of our services, whether it be through our day hospice programs or through our residential hospice, they are all completely free to the people that come through our doors. So all of the rest of the funds, and this last year, over $1 million, is fundraised through the gifts of the local community. We have an awesome community that just believes this is so important and wants to give and make sure that we can have end-of-life care in West Niagara. So when you stand at the doors of McNally House and you look south, just across the field to West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, also poised to be rebuilt, and Deer Park Villa, just next door, combined with our vision of new and expanded hospice programs and services, what we see is an entire West Niagara healthcare campus that will serve our citizens well for generations to come. In your role as counselors, you help shape the future of our community, what it will look like to the residents and businesses who live here. You can be proud of your involvement in ensuring that the best possible healthcare, and in this circumstance, healthcare at end of life. So I would encourage each of you to support this project tonight and in the months ahead as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation, Murray. We need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Frake, Second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the delegation from Murray Bay be received. All in favor? That's carried. So now we'll try Debbie.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Thank you so much for your patience. I was going to introduce everybody and then go into my presentation. So I don't need to introduce anybody, but just get into the presentation. But thanks for your patience.
No
Technology.
Problem. Yeah.
I guess I would agree about coming back to the council meeting and having a hybrid model, because I'd be better in council than on this Zoom call. But thank you very much for the time this evening. This is a very important matter. Both Murray and Pam certainly have outlined a lot of what I'm going to say. But I would just like to begin by saying there are many important factors to consider tonight, from the land rezoning to what kind of community we want for West Niagara. But as you listen to the presentations tonight, I want you to keep one factor in your mind and your heart more than any other. That how a person leaves this world is as important as how they arrived. And a person's last breath deserves as much as their first. I was once in your seat, as you know, many years ago when Dr. Denise Marshall presented to Grimsby Council. And as many of you know, Dr. Marshall is a palliative care physician at McNally and McMaster. And in 2006, she introduced to council a very powerful but simple concept. That for many who are born in West Niagara, their end-of-life care was effectively limited to dying in a clinical atmosphere of a hospital. There was a better way for a compassionate community. There was a way to preserve the quality of life for those at the end of their lives. That way was McNally House Hospice. 16 years later, Dr. Marshall's presentation stays with me and is part of the reason I remain active with McNally House today, and why I'm so proud to be here to talk to you tonight. So what is hospice care? And why does it matter so much to our community? Simply put, hospice care does not seek to extend the life of a person in their twilight, nor hasten their end. McNally House preserves their quality of life in a home-like setting where someone can be surrounded by their family, friends, caring and compassionate staff, and an opportunity to spend their final days living as well as they can. McNally House was fortunate to have the unwavering support of the community from its inception, and many citizens came together to ensure that dying with dignity and support is a basic human right. Through the leadership of citizens like Shirley Martin, a passionate advocate for McNally, who recently passed away, Shirley was part of a dedicated team of campaign volunteers that worked tirelessly to create a 6-bed hospice to provide a compassionate end-of-life care in a home-like setting that is so valued when those you love have a life-ending illness. And we heard that from Karen Bearder tonight. Over the years, McNally House Hospice continues to provide leading-edge palliative care to those in their final life cycle. Along with an aging population, the demand for care is growing. Pam's talked about that. And through consultation with the community, the decision was made to add more beds and a new family space to provide dignity and comfort for dying patients and those wishing to stay in their homes. The community consultation also determined there was a need to assist those on their end-of-life journey to live well in the present. The new day of hospice will make it possible to add a broad range of services, starting from the time of receiving a life-limiting diagnosis and well beyond hospice care that is required. This new day hospice will provide a calming, supportive environment for those in care and those caring for their loved ones. McNally House currently supports 450 community members through existing psycho-spiritual bereavement and community programs. With current hospice residents space restrictions, we are at capacity for all these programs. The New Day Hospice will enable us to expand all the programs, which is the future of palliative care. But the true value of McNally House is to the people of this community. And as Dr. Marshall once said, McNally is not a place for community, it is community. A person like Melissa Parcels, who said, McNally took immense care of my friend Frank when he fell ill. I would recommend this place for a family looking for great care for their loved one in a time of great need or difficulty. It takes special people that go above the job to make your family feel like their own family. They do this here. Or Michelle LeBlanc, who simply said, McNally provides the best care on earth. Hospice is a vital service for this community that provides people with dignity they deserve in their final days. And make no mistake about it, dying with dignity is a basic human right. By supporting this rezoning, you're sending a message to Grimsby and a message to West Niagara that we are a compassionate and caring community, that those are not just words, but the perspectives that we live by, and that we support each other to the very, very end. As I said at the very beginning of this presentation, how a person leaves this world is as important on how they arrived, because hospice is about making sure everyone can live well until the very end. Now, before I go, I'd just like to play a video, and I'm sure hoping this works. But thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for listening to us tonight. And if we could play the video.
Oh my gosh, I've appreciated the beauty of having a small community-run organization in the pandemic. There's a vulnerability to being small. If we had an outbreak here, which at the time of you talking to me, we haven't had. But the beauty of being a small organization in a pandemic is that you can rapidly pull together.
His best life, actually, the last 2 weeks he was here, he had a great time. He just lived life to the fullest. Thanks to McNally and to the team of nurses and PSWs and amazing volunteers and staff. I mean, everyone was just so great, so supportive, and so made the journey very natural. Absolutely.
They're friends. They become friends. Like when you work with someone for 12 hours and you go through all the emotional ups and downs that we do with the family, you become close. You know, we laugh together, we cry together, we support each other. We're all here for the same reason.
Once we have a group of dedicated people saying we're behind that vision, anything is possible. We all will reach end of life at some point. We will all go on a journey, and we all deserve to have this philosophy and approach offered to us.
We can do that through, you know,
Donations.
our donations, donation of our time and the information, and letting people know. My son Brady wants to know how old he can be when he can volunteer too.
If we can make it a little easier for them and their families, then we've done well.
Again, thank you for that, Debbie, and thank you for the rest of your presentation as well. And do you have more, or are you?
I'm done. I'll pass it on to Terry or
All right.
Diana. I'm not sure who's going to go first.
Okay, I'll just need a mover and seconder to receive Debbie's delegation. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the delegation from Debbie Zimmerman be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, up next we have Terry Johns and Deanna Morris. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Jordan, members of council and town staff. My name is Terry Johns. I'm owner and principal planner of T. Johns Consulting. I have with me this evening our senior planner, Diana Morris, who's been working with staff on this day-to-day. With respect to the Linwood rezoning, You've heard from delegates this evening about the importance of the McNally project to your community. My presentation will focus on land use planning, building on the positive staff report before you for consideration. I know this has been a long meeting for you, and I'm going to try and make my way through this as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. Here we have the Campus for Care, which you've also heard about this evening. McNally Hospice is an integral member of this campus. In 2018, we were engaged with an architect, DPAI, to prepare a feasibility study. The feasibility study reviewed existing site opportunities and constraints, alternative design considerations to achieve the needed expansion of the hospice. Next slide, please. This slide focuses on the northern half of the campus. On the left side is McNally, sitting just below Central Avenue, Deer Park Villa to the south, and the existing water course in blue running between the two buildings and behind them as well. As Pam mentioned, the first task we did was decide where the new building was going to be best fit. The architect concluded we couldn't build onto the McNally Hospice, nor were we able to expand given the location of the watercourse. We also knew the hospital had expansion plans, and Deer Park Villa was expanding as well. The conclusion was that the most viable location was to place the new building east of the existing operation. This is further supported because the zoning of the campus permits the hospice as of right. The second task was to figure out how we're going to access this footprint. Now we recognize, given the size of the institutional campus, it seems logical that an alternative access could be achieved. We've already been advised the hospital wasn't going to allow any direct access. As a result, we faced our biggest challenge, the presence of the watercourse that cuts through the campus. It's regulated by the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority with stringent policies about working within its vicinity. Their policies do not promote crossing, and in fact, their documents say where other alternatives are available, they should be used. But we did examine it with the civil engineer, the environmental consultant, but we came to the conclusion it just wasn't feasible. The viable solution was to use 19 Linwood Avenue, which is shown here in orange on the slide. We believed that the impacts to the neighborhood could be mitigated, so we proceeded to move forward on that basis. Next slide, please. A conceptual plan was presented at a pre-consultation meeting in September of 2019. The town, the region, and the Conservation Authority sat at the table with us. It was concluded that a rezoning was required for Linwood, following which the entire project would be subject to site plan approval. We assembled the team. In addition to the architects and ourselves, we had Natural Heritage Resource Solutions prepared a scoped EIS, which is an environmental impact statement, to ensure that there were no ecological conditions associated with the watercourse that couldn't be managed. A civil engineer, S. Llewellyn and Associates, prepared a preliminary functional servicing and stormwater report and concluded that the entirety of the proposed development can be adequately graded and serviced. I just want to point out that these studies weren't required for the rezoning, but we had them done ahead of time as they will be part of the site plan approval. It was important for us to be comfortable that the building location could be accommodated on the campus. As Pamela also highlighted, Paradigm Transportation Solutions were retained. We anticipated that the neighborhood would be concerned about traffic. The report was done, and it was proved, in fact, there are to be no negative impacts from the amount of traffic for the proposed hospice. This report was included with our full submission in March 2021. Next slide, please. Just as a quick reminder, here's the original concept plan that was put in with our application. It was premised on a 9-meter setback from Linwood Avenue to the first parking spot. We had about 18 parking spaces within the Linwood lot, for a total of 25 parking spaces. Those are shown in the green and the purple. As staff noted in their report, we used the public meeting in July to hear concerns. They focused on compatibility of the proposed access and parking, as well as a concern about insufficient parking. Next slide, please. So we took some time and we took a relook at the campus to figure out where we could put additional parking. We started on the west side of the campus. The areas in yellow were what we looked at. Overall, we figured out they were too small, they were the wrong shape, or they were too close to the watercourse. And we confirmed that Deer Park Villa still has an expansion planned for the larger yellow area. So on the west side, the only thing that we had to offer are the 8 parking spots within lot 39, which is the second rezoning application that was submitted. We next focused on the east side of the campus, and our review revealed that we were able to make some changes. Next slide. Here's our revised concept plan, and this was presented to the public in January. With these changes, we were able to increase the setback from Linwood to the first parking spot from 9 meters to 14 meters. With this parking redesign, we reduced the number of parking spaces on the Linwood lot from 18 to 14. So 4 less parking spots allowed us, with this reduction of asphalt, to significantly increase the amount of landscaping. Overall, in the purple and green, we were actually able to find 2 extra parking spots. So we went from 25 to 27. Next slide, please. What I've done on this slide is put a comparison of the original and the revised concept plan, just to show you what the changes were. At the bottom of the slide, we have here highlighted the changes that we've made from the start, and these are the changes that were identified and will be included in the site-specific bylaw. In particular, the public was concerned that we were setting a precedent that this was going to be a parking lot. The site-specific bylaw now has language that says it can only be used in association with the hospice. We've also identified a 14-meter front yard setback to the first parking spot. Everything in front of it is going to be landscaped. That's in the bylaw. We've also included a 2-meter privacy fence along the outside, abutting the neighbors. And finally, we have 4.5-meter landscaping strips on each side of the parking area. Next slide, please. Just going to go through this quickly as the staff report and provided an analysis of official plan conformity. Although this is in the low density residential area, your official plan does permit other uses in that area, in particular community facilities. It does say that if you do such design, it needs to be compatible. And it's our position that the concept plan and the associated site-specific bylaw does this. The driveway access is only 6 meters wide, the same as a double car driveway. The increase to the front yard, the setback of 14 meters, accommodates dense landscaping that will screen the parking. Neighboring dwelling amenity area and privacy protected with the 2-meter high fencing, as well as the 4.5-meter planting strips. For these reasons, it's our position the creation of the access and driveway for the parking is appropriate and meets the official plan. Next slide, please. This slide simply shows you the landscape strategy. We've got in here, we've identified all of the setbacks. You can see the strategy is Carolinian and pollinator plantings along the front entrance. And if we go to the next slide, thank you. Here's a rendering that shows what this overall plan will look like. McNally Hospice has been a neighbor since 2008. In fact, longer than some of the homes in the area. Their expansion on the campus of care is permitted as of right. Creating issues with the neighborhood was not McNally's preference. But as an alternative access isn't feasible, this rezoning is necessary. McNally is committed to achieving a desirable development and continuing to be a good neighbor. T. Johns Consulting is of the opinion that the concept plan with the extra zoning requirements will create a development that fits well into the neighborhood. It's compatible and represents good planning. Respectfully this evening, we request your support of the staff recommendation. And now I'm going to ask Diana is going to quickly go through the application for 150 Central Avenue.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Terry. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council and town staff. My name is Diana Morris, Senior Planner with T. Johns Consulting. And in addition to our presentation for 19 Linwood Avenue, I will provide a brief presentation to discuss Lot 39, also known as 150 Central Avenue. Next slide, please. I would like to start with a high-level overview of the neighborhood. In policy documents, the town of Grimsby recognizes the institutional campus as an important part of the neighborhood, with an area of approximately 9.91 hectares or 24.5 acres. Shown on this slide is a plan showing the overall campus of care, which is made up of the following: West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, Deer Park Long-Term Care, and McNally Hospice. The campus has a long-standing historic role in this location. The campus currently has 2 access points, which are very different in nature. The hospital is serviced by a number of access points along Main Street, which is a regional road. The second access point is located within the residential neighborhood off of Central Avenue. Originally servicing Deer Park since 1987, it now has served McNally since 2008. McNally has been a long-standing neighbor at the campus of care and generally serves about 120 families a year. Next slide, please. The subject lands are highlighted in orange on the slide. It has frontage on Central Avenue and will be developed to access the existing internal driveway. Policy-wise, this is included within the institutional campus, but the current residential zone does not permit the subject lands to be used for parking. The application is therefore to permit parking in association with the campus. Next slide, please. The purpose of this slide is to illustrate the intended final development of Lot 39. It will include 8 parking spaces with access from the existing internal driveway that serves McNally and Deer Park. As professional planners, it is also our job to ensure that the changes to land uses are appropriate. Where feasible, we use our planning tools to incorporate measures to mitigate any potential impacts. And in this case, the tool is the proposed site-specific bylaws and their regulations. As such, the proposed site-specific bylaw for the subject lands has incorporated a 2-meter privacy fence abutting residential and a minimum of 4.5-meter setback to a parking area abutting residential uses, and as recommended by staff. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates a rendering of how the subject lands will look like. Overall, the plan provides approximately 65% landscape coverage that will be planted. The conceptual landscape plan was not originally included with the submission, but has been provided to address neighborhood feedback. For Lot 39, there are presently a number of emerald cedars, which need a good trim. This conceptual drawing adds to the number of cedars and is laid out in such a manner to hide the proposed parking from the street as much as possible, and in keeping with the character of the residential setting. We believe this design includes measures to minimize any impacts on the neighborhood. These details will be implemented through the next process known as site plan approval, which will encompass the entirety of the planned expansion. In summary, we respectfully request support of the recommendation of the staff report. The approval of Lot 39 and 19 Linwood Avenue will provide the required parking for the future expansion. Thank you all for listening to my presentation and for your time this evening.
Thank you for your delegation, Terry and Diana. And now we need a mover and seconder to receive it. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frigg. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frigg. Resolved that the delegation from Terry Johns and Diana Morris be received. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, everyone, for all your delegations tonight. Now we're going to move to the and have everyone have a good evening.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
It's been about 4 hours since we started the meeting. Could we take a short recess?
I think we're going to finish the planning report and then we can take a short recess after that.
Okay.
Now we move to 11.2, report PA 22-07. Who's on that? Michaela, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Good evening, Mayor Jordan, members of council, members of community, and representatives of McNally Hospice. My name is Michaela Bray. I'm a planner with the town of Grimsby, and I'll be presenting the staff report number PA 2207, which outlines the zoning bylaw amendment for 19 Linwood Avenue. The location of the subject property it's known locally as 19 Linwood, and it's located between Main Street East and Central Avenue. It's directly adjacent to the west. Directly adjacent to the west is the hospital campus for West Lincoln Memorial. Oops. This shows the site plan. It's a proposed zoning bylaw amendment to allow for the parking and driveway access on the 19 Linwood property to support a future 10-bed hospice. Here's a brief timeline of the application to date. So we first received a submission from the consultants back in March 2021. And since then, there's been agency review, as well as required open houses and statutory public meetings. The staff analysis, and now we are at the staff recommendation report stage, which is brought forward tonight. For the planning review, firstly, the application was reviewed by planners at Niagara region who confirmed that the proposal is in compliance with regional and provincial policy. On the municipal level, 19 Linwood is designated low density residential, which is shown in the light yellow color on the map here in the official plan. Community facilities, which hospices can be considered, are a permitted use in the low density residential designation, along with their supporting and accessory uses. Currently, 19 Linwood is zoned as residential detached 2, also known as RD2, which is shown in pink on the zoning map here. The applicant proposes to rezone 19 Linwood to a modified residential detached lot to a detached 2 lot. The modifications would be to permit, in addition to residential, the permitted parking area and driveway use solely in conjunction with the hospice use. Parking space dimensions of 2.75 meters by 5.6 meters. That there would be no parking spaces within 14 meters of Linwood Avenue. There would be 2-meter privacy fences on lot lines abutting residential uses.
There'd be a 14-meter landscape buffer in the front yard, as well as 4.5-meter landscape buffers in side yards that abut residential uses, as well as no landscape buffer or setback required between the parking and the driveway and the institutional use. Further in the planning review, to analyze land use, it's a residential neighborhood with a goal of to protect and enhance existing character, while at the same time permitting some forms of new development that is compatible with the existing development and can improve the quality of life of existing and future residents of Grimsby. More specifically, it's a low density residential. So these areas are protected from significant redevelopment while at the same time permitting ongoing evolution and rejuvenation. The hospice is considered a community facility, which is a permitted use in this designation. It aligns with the principles of controlled growth as it takes advantage of existing infrastructure. And to note, the expansion is in response to provincial modeling based on the number of hospice beds per a certain amount of residents. Moving to the site layout, the applicants propose an innovative approach to accessing landlocked area by using 19 Linwood as an access point. As Terry mentioned before, they did investigate alternative access points, one along Main Street, one from Main Street East and one from Central Avenue. However, due to the water course that is regulated, which we can see in the bottom left-hand corner on the plan, it prevented those making 19 Linwood the feasible option. And this is because both options would require burying of the water course, which isn't permitted under the Conservation Authorities Act. Additionally, as Terry mentioned, the hospital campus is leased by multiple stakeholders who all have their own expansion plans. So again, considering all of these factors, 19 Linwood was the feasible option. For design compatibility, on 19 Linwood, the applicant proposes to maintain and enhance the streetscape while providing sufficient parking for future hospice. The site layout is an appropriate compromise between the needs of the future hospice as well as the current neighborhood character. And this includes the 6-meter driveway width being consistent with the residential driveways. The proposed setback to the parking area from the street of 14 meters exceeds setbacks to the dwellings from the street on the adjacent properties. Further, the 4.5-meter side yard setbacks to the parking area exceed what is required in the zoning bylaw for RD2 zone, which is typically 1.8-meter side yard setbacks. So these significant setbacks paired with the landscaping reduce the visual presence of parking spaces while looking from Linwood Avenue. Further, the applicant proposes to mitigate inappropriate interfaces through generous setbacks, landscaping, as well as requiring a 2-meter privacy fence on lot lines abutting residential uses. The strategies also screen the surface parking areas from the street. It also is to be noted that it is characteristic of West Lincoln Memorial Hospital campus adjacent properties to be in close proximity to a parking area or an area of vehicle access. So for example, we can see this along the southern section of Linwood Avenue, along Pinewood, and along the private community adjacent on the west side, which is access from Main Street East. So this isn't uncharacteristic of adjacent lots. Further, as Terry and Diana noted, the buffers would provide an opportunity for Carolinian and pollinator plantings, as it's been noticed that the loss of natural heritage in the town is of concern. Looking further into parking, the parking spaces proposed was determined based on the future 10-bed hospice needs using the zoning bylaw hospital parking ratio. Based on this ratio, it was determined that 24 spaces were required, and the applicant is providing 27. And this would include 2 barrier-free spaces, which is also a requirement of the zoning bylaw. 14 of these spaces would be on Linwood Avenue, which through the analysis by the consultant was the minimum amount possible to configure the 24 spaces for the future hospice. Further, because the zoning bylaw is proposed to be met, there's no anticipated street parking, as all the parking that would be required should be accommodated on 19 Linwood Avenue, as well as on the adjacent institutional lands. There were concerns about roads and traffic. So looking at the institutional lands, rezoning would allow the institutional lands access to an improved public road, which the future hospice would be required to have access to anyway. Heavy and oversized vehicles would be limited to waste collection in emergency vehicles, which already utilize residential streets on a regular basis. The existing T intersection at Sunny Lee would be important for traffic control. We have also heard the concerns about the lack of sidewalks. And to note, it's not the responsibility of the applicant. However, this concern has been noted by the town staff. For future use, the zoning does intend to remain residential. There was concerns about future precedents this application could be setting. So it must be noted that standalone parking lots are not permitted in low density lands. And this parking lot in particular is associated with a permitted community facility use. The site-specific provisions that the parking lot is only permitted in association with the hospice use is included in the zoning bylaw. Site plan approval. Site plan approval process will address the goals outlined in the official plan, specifically in section 9.7.6. And this includes reviewing lighting and illumination, grading, drainage, and servicing. And ultimately, the site plan approval would go to council for approval. Lastly, the staff recommendation. Planning staff recommend that the zoning bylaw amendment and that the draft bylaw attached to report PA 2207 as Appendix A be submitted to council for approval. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Michaela. Looks like we have a couple questions from council. Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. So originally when this application came in, we got some feedback from the neighborhood. I went with Councillor Bothwell and we met with the people on the corner of Sunny Lee and Linwood. And I know there was some concerns being a residential neighborhood, having an entrance to essentially a hospital facility. And I understood those concerns, specifically this home on the corner. Very nice home, a lot of really nice landscaping. People really take pride in their homes, and so they were concerned about having a parking lot across the road, and I would be too. And I don't want this to be taken, because even the homeowners came. They said we're not opposed to McNally House. We're not opposed to the expansion of McNally House. They pointed out some of the existing some of the things that they already dealt with hearses and ambulances, and but they do live beside a hospital, and that's a great thing to live by a hospital. You have healthcare really close to you, but there's some downsides too. So I think that, and I'm happy that McNally has done what they can to work with us. I think that the increased front yard setback is a really the way I see it, I can see it in line with the front of the houses. Those parking spots are pushed back, and they took 4 spots out of the front yard and they essentially moved them into the back behind the homes. It sounds like they added 2 more spaces, which is great, because parking, even at a hospice, is always in high demand. So I thank the McNally House and the consultants for making the changes to the plan. You know, we're trying to balance the neighbors' concerns with the entire community's concerns. I think there's some willingness for the neighbors I know the neighbors don't oppose the McNally House expansion. So the only question I have is when we get to site plan, I was talking to town staff about at the front. I know there's a 6 foot fence on the side yards. Can they put something in the front like a gate? I mean, you look at Casablanca, for example, they built like an 8 foot high brick wall at the side yard of the home that's on Vine. And I'm not talking about an 8 foot brick wall, but sometimes they have that little curvy brick wall. It's got a little round white concrete block on the end. Something like that in front of the parking lot, right at the 14-meter setback, that would kind of screen the parking and the cars from the street. The brick also kind of gives it more residential look. Is that a site plan thing? And I don't know if there's anyone on the line from McNally House. Is that something that McNally might be willing to do to try and help that suit the neighborhood?
Mayor, maybe I can help with the part of the question.
Great, thank you, Walter.
Yeah, I don't know procedurally if it's appropriate to go back to the applicants, but it's up to council what they wish to do. But in terms of the site plan, it is screening of the parking lot from the street is something that we'll be looking at. They include in their preliminary plans some hard structure in addition to the soft vegetative landscaping on their concept plan. So I'm going to presume that they will follow through with that when the site plan application is submitted. And they've shown it on some of their renderings also. So there is a site plan process that we will be following, and Councillor Sharp, you'll have an opportunity through that site plan process as the approval authority, which council is in this case, to address that issue at that time. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Walter. And I don't want to get too much into the planning. Like, I know they have planners and they can do what they can do what they can to mitigate. But I think that some kind of hard barrier there, especially during the winter when some of the gardens start to die and the leaves thin out on the trees. I know there was some cedar trees and stuff, but those are just things that I think when we're trying to make the neighbors happy, that would be a good way to mitigate. Thanks.
Councillor Frick.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yes, the planner for the McNally House is not there to answer some of the questions, but I just want to ask a question. Is this particular plan, Michaela or Walter, has it changed since the January 22nd statutory meeting? Are there any changes in there in terms of the parking in Linwood only?
Through the mayor, nothing on the plan has changed. There's been a couple added site specifics added to the zoning bylaw, but the plan has remained the same.
So nothing physically has changed in terms of the 14 meter setbacks, and I think 9.5, was it 9.5? No, on the other side, 4.5. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's still the same.
Those are the same.
Okay. The question I just want everyone to know. I mean, I think we're very, very fortunate to have McNally House in Grimsby. It serves such a fantastic purpose. I mean, there's no question about it. You can't not want to have this particular facility in our town. And it's been there for a long time. It's attached to the hospital. It's attached to Deer Park, and we want to see it continue. There's no question about that. And we're going through some pains right now with the development and the changes in the landscape in the area. And my heart goes out to the residents who live in the area, but I think that there's been a lot of give and take here too. And I do like some of the new, the concept around the parking lot. And the fact that you're shielding the residents on either side is what they've done, I think is really good. My question is, what if this didn't get approved, this particular, I see you've broken it into two pieces, the parking lot in Linwood and then the development itself. If this parking didn't get approved, how would that affect the going ahead of the application for the development? Maybe Walter can answer that. Would it stop the development? Would it?
Yes, there, without the access, from what the applicants have told us, without the access off of Linwood Avenue, there would not be access to the portion of the institutionally zoned lot that the hospital owns, Hamilton Health Sciences owns, to provide vehicular and access to, which would be required, and parking for that portion of the site. So it's likely that there wouldn't be the ability to expand McNally House beyond what it is now without this access point.
And should this not get approved, then obviously it has a major effect on the future build of the actual expansion. So that would then end up, I guess, at Queen's Park at OLT and go around the circle again. So I think that's where it would end up. You mentioned, McKenna, you mentioned sidewalks. I mean, can you go back to that for a second? Did you mention that the town is considering putting sidewalks in that area along Sunnylee or along Linwood? I mean, is that something that's been considered by the town?
No.
Can you elaborate on that? I'm getting tired. I thought I remembered you talking about sidewalks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there were concerns raised by residents in the neighborhood that the volume of traffic along Linwood Avenue was such that there should be a sidewalk on the street. The comment that was made in the report by Michaela is that it's not the responsibility of McNally House to build the sidewalk. That if there's a issue with pedestrian traffic and vehicular traffic on the same street, that is something that, and the issue has been put to the attention of our Public Works Department, again, which has addressed these kinds of situations in the past in other parts of the town. And then if something needs to be done, that's something that will be brought through our Public Works Department to the attention of council for a remedy if required.
So how does that process? So how do we come to that point where we agree that there's a need for those sidewalks for safety reasons, because people will have to walk on the street because there's no sidewalks there now? I mean, at what point do we make that? Can we make that decision? I mean, what's the process?
Again, we brought it to the attention of our Public Works Department that there have been a number of complaints raised through this zoning amendment process. And then it will be up to the Public Works Department to determine whether or not a sidewalk is warranted, and may bring a recommendation forward to council for a decision. So it's separate and totally not related to this application.
Okay, thank
brought
you.
up during this application.
Thanks to both of you. Yeah, this for me was the biggest hurdle for me to think through. It was the parking and the buying of the house and putting a parking development in that area. So I think it's the one that was the biggest contention. So, but anyways, I have to do some thinking here. Thank you very much for your answers.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you very much. Well, as many of you know, I've been actively speaking to residents in the area, and I know well their concerns. I've also been speaking to many of the board members of McNally House, and it's almost the classic philosophical dilemma of the common good versus the private good. I think McNally certainly does provide an amazing service to the community. No one can fault what they do. I mean, they're widely appreciated and widely supported. Yet on the other hand, I fully understand residents' concerns, and this has been a very difficult decision. I've seen since we started this whole process, I see that McNally has made some significant gestures around trying to allay some of the concerns that residents have, and I guess in the end, the proof will be in the pudding. So when it all comes, whole thing comes to fruition, and I think what I'd like to say is that I'm committed to working with McNally and with the residents of the neighborhood to ensure that that these concerns get addressed to the best that they can be. And as Mr. Basic has said, some of those issues are on the town to address. And I think that we need to support our residents through such things as sidewalks, traffic calming, parking times. And we need to consult with the community to see how best we can support this transition to an expanded McNally. And, so while it has been I'll say a difficult birth, and we're not quite there, I'd like to say that I'm committed to continue to work with the committee and with McNally as we move forward, and working with the town to see the best possible outcome that can be achieved for all of Grimsby and the residents most directly impacted. So thank you very much.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you to the presenters, the good folks from McNally House, town staff's report, supporting the zoning bylaw. This is my second kick with McNally House. I was on council in 2006 when they came to fruition back then. Just seeing the presentations, I think the McNally, they have come a long ways. They're really trying to work with the residents, appease the residents, especially from the setbacks of which was originally, well, the last that I read was 10 meters off of Linwood. Now it's to 14 meters. The 4 less parking spots. There will be a 2-meter privacy fence. So I think they've really come a long way. And I know, and I listen. I've listened, and I respect the comments from the residents. And I'm just gonna. This is my own personal comment. I live right next to a parking lot. It's called GSS, and yes, it was there before I moved, so I knew the parking lot was going to be there, and it is there. But I'm just thinking about, and I also I'm just thinking about the type of parking lot. It's where I live. It's pretty busy, but we're okay. We can handle it. It's the school's been very respectful to the neighborhood in that. So in working and trying to accommodate any issues in that. And then I spoke with a resident who lives on Lawrence Road. And when the church there, I apologize, I can't think of the name of the church off 81 out in the East End there, the very large church there with a very large parking lot. And we were just talking about when that church was being built and that, and with the parking lot, the residents are fine. So what I'm looking at is the type of parking lot that's going to be abutting a property, whether it's in my case or the church out at Regional 81. So I think I know the people that'll be using that parking lot, I know probably in many times and cases, they'll be in a very somber, have a somber attitude and that. So I don't, it's not going to be like the parking lot that I live at, next to, sorry. So I've done a lot of thinking about the type of parking lot that's going to be going in there. So yeah, also, and I apologize, I wrote a lot of notes down here. I'm just going to kind of try to pick up on them here. I was glad to hear that and I did ask the question at the last public meeting about the flooding issue. One of the residents spoke about, and where McNally House has not been flooded, according to them, which is good to hear. And also the other municipalities in West Niagara. This McNally House is a fantastic venue for, as they spoke in their presentation, for all of West Niagara, and there's a shortage of bids, unfortunately. So, and I'm believing and hearing that the other two municipalities are supporting. They do support McNally House. So their situation is a little bit different than ours. We have to vote on a rezoning to support McNally House. So the question I do have, and I hope staff can help me here, and I heard it in the presentation for lot 39 Central Avenue, the landscaping coverage for lot 39 is 65%. Walter, Michaela, do we know what is there a percentage that the landscaping coverage would be for Linwood there in the area of the parking lot? Is there? I'd be interested to know if there is a percentage number to that.
Through the mayor, there's not a specific percentage given, but as part of the site-specific requirements, they include landscape buffers. So I believe the one for the front yard would require a 14-meter landscape buffer, and then abutting the residential areas and the side yards would have the 4.5-meter landscape buffers required.
Thank you. And the picture did show it very well, Michaela. Thank you. So now, having gone to the 14-meter setback, how does that parking lot line up to the homes on either side of of the property that they bought on Linwood? Is that brings it back? Obviously, takes it back further, but yeah, is there any indicators? Is it pretty much maybe near the back of the neighboring properties, the start of the parking lot? Is there that just came to mind when I heard the number 14, and then I was looking at the diagrams in that. So is there anything that you can elaborate on that?
Yeah, again, through the mayor, the setback from Linwood to the parking lot's 14 meters, and then number 17 and 21, the average setback from the street to the front face of the house. I believe it was shown on one of Terry's slides. It's approximately 12 meters.
Okay.
So it's a little behind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That helps me vision it more. I appreciate that. The previous councilors brought up about sidewalks. I would be a very strong proponent to that, working with staff, that the town, we could look at, if there's a way, look at putting a sidewalk in that area. And I know there's a lot of areas in our town that people are walking on the roads. Nellis Road South is one in particular where, especially this winter, when we had large snow windrows along the edge of the road. So anyways, thank you. I'll be quick on this one. Sorry to take the time because it is in my ward, and I've been down this path with these people before. But I'm just going to finish by saying that sometimes ward issues that affect the immediate residents are a very tough decision for councillors. But overall, I think a councillor has to make a decision based on best benefits to the community as a whole. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll try to keep it quick. So the landscape plan, the three, they showed existing trees, and the three large mature trees that are currently on Linwood, they're showing to be retained. Can that be guaranteed in the site plan? Because I think those three mature trees are really important. Michaela?
Through the mayor, yeah, we discussed that a bit. The applicant's intent is to keep as many of the mature trees as possible. But that would be kind of finalized in the site plan, what can be retained. But overall, their intent is to keep as much of the mature vegetation on the property.
Thank you. Again, I really feel for the neighbors. I understand that they want a solution that's going to work for them as well. The 14-meter setback really helps with the buffer and the mitigating the impacts. The main thing though with the street, and I understand the safety concerns and traffic, because what I'm reading in the comments from the previous public open houses was, if I understand correctly, Linwood was a dead end street, and it wasn't until Central went through and it connected to Central that it opened it up. And I have serious concerns that that we're just at the cusp of the traffic issues that they're already experiencing, because once the hospital becomes redeveloped and Deer Park has its expansion plans, there is going to be a lot of pressure put on that very, very narrow, rural, not maintained road. So I think that they have a very real concern about safety and sidewalks and pedestrians and families with children walking. So it might not now be extremely pressing, but we have a lot of development coming with when the hospital gets redeveloped. So I think it's critical that our staff, our public works staff, do look at no parking provisions, traffic calming provision, and perhaps a sidewalk. And when we get to the sidewalk again, and so I think it needs to be put on the work plan that we have to revisit this once McNally is in and as the new developments progress with the hospital. In the report, page 28, it says the consultant actually responds to the sidewalk question and says the proposed redevelopment will be subject to site plan control, which is the appropriate time for the town to request cash in lieu of a sidewalk for the frontage of 19 Linwood Ave. Can Walter or Michaela, can you comment on that? Is that an option even to request cash in lieu? Are they referring to like parkland dedication, or what are they referring to?
No, normally through you, Mr. Mayor, normally under site plan conditions or through the site plan review process, the lands in the boulevard between the road and the property line are often included in the site plan review. So as an example, the proposed driveway is partially in the road allowance. So, and that will be covered by the site plan application. So if there is a site plan, if there is a sidewalk proposed at some point in the future that would be constructed on Linwood Avenue by the town, what they're suggesting is that they would provide a contribution to that sidewalk for their frontage or their portion of the frontage.
So I think it's critical that we do make sure that's top of mind when we look at the site plan and we look at how we can help to tuck away some of those monies to look at that type of towards a sidewalk. And I think I just don't want to see it get dropped off the radar. I just think it's really important that we do everything we can, as Councillor Vardy says as well, to look at solutions that are ongoing. And monitoring this closely. So again, I appreciate all the presentations from all of the applicants. I think, again, it's something that's dear to everyone's heart, and I as well fully support McNally House. And I know it's a very fine balancing act to get something that everyone's going to be happy with here. But thank you very much. I think those are all my questions.
All right, seeing no further questions, we just need a mover and seconder for the resolutions. Oh, Councillor Vane, your hand's up again. All right, Councillor Vane, go ahead.
I just wanted to make one quick comment. It's just one thing that really struck me tonight from the delegations. First of all, I've always supported this and always will, but one of the delegations made a comment that 24 people were unable to die peacefully at a home. They had to go to the hospital because they didn't have room at McNally House. And I understand that from doing some reading on this, that some of the people that do go to McNally House are actually referred out to Niagara Falls if they have room. So this is a very, very important thing. I understand there's concerns. We all have concerns with all the growth and everything going on right now, but we need to approve this. We need to allow people the decency to die with respect. That's all. Thank you.
All right, we need a mover and seconder for the first resolution. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall.
Can I have a recorded vote, please?
Yeah. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that report PA 22-07 regarding zoning bylaw amendment application 19 Linwood Avenue dated March 7, 2022 be received, and that the zoning bylaw amendment and the draft bylaw attached to the report as Appendix A be submitted to council for approval. Recorded vote requested by Councillor Barty.
Councillor Bothwell?
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
Now we'll move to the next resolution for lot 39 on Central Ave. Mover and seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that report PA 22-08 proposed zoning bylaw amendment file 26Z 16-2101 application T. Johns Consulting Group lot 39 Central Avenue Plan 30M115 dated March 7, 2022 be received, and the zoning bylaw amendment and draft bylaw attached to the report as Appendix A be submitted to council for approval. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, now we're going to move to correspondence. Need a mover and seconder to receive the correspondence.
Mayor Jordan, could I lift something in correspondence?
Yes, you may.
Do you want me just to talk to it now?
Yes. Or unless there's anything else that needs to be lifted, but you let us know what you want to lift.
The Niagara Region violence and harassment of politicians and public servants.
All right. Okay.
I'd like to formally request that the clerk prepare a motion for our council to pass their own motion in this regard, to say that that this behavior is not acceptable and that we don't support it in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
All right. Do you have the wording for that?
I think we can just amend where it says, be it resolved that Niagara Regional Council, that just Grimsby Council condemns these acts against our council colleagues, and that this be circulated to local municipalities.
Yeah. Yeah. The clerk's going to read it because it's too long for her to write out.
Okay, it's everything. Sorry, It's the same motion, except that where it says now therefore be it resolved, we just use Grimsby instead of Niagara Region. We do a replacement.
Yeah, okay, we need a seconder for that to get it on the table. Councillor Frake. Yeah, go ahead.
So the motion is, whereas violent attacks, online harassment, and physical intimidation of politicians and public servants is on the rise and is something we've repeatedly witnessed in our communities. Whereas Grimsby Council condemns the latest violence act against St. Catharines City Councillor Porter and her family and wants our communities to know that such acts are unacceptable and will not be tolerated. And whereas everyone should be free from harassment and violence in their workplaces and their homes, now therefore be it resolved that Grimsby Council condemns these acts of violence, harassment, and intimidation against our Grimsby Council colleagues, our local area municipal counterparts, all public servants, and all healthcare providers, and that this motion be circulated to the local area municipalities and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario to consider passing similar resolutions.
Yes, thank you.
All right, the motion has been read. We have a mover and seconder. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll have a recording.
I could speak to it. I have received threatening calls and that were very concerning. And I just want to make sure that our council does everything to protect ourselves, each other, against this kind of abusive behavior. Thank you.
Recorded vote, Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cowell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right, now we need a mover and seconder for the remainder of the correspondence. Moved by Councillor Frake, seconder Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the following correspondence items be received. Niagara Region Report COM 6-2022 respecting evaluation of 2019 to 2020 Niagara Prosperity Initiative, Township of West Lincoln Emergency Declaration Resolution, Niagara Region Violence and Harassment of Politicians and Public Servants, St. Catharines Standing with the People of Ukraine, NPCA 63rd Annual General Meeting highlights, February 18th, 2022. All in favor? That is carried. All right, our next meeting of the Committee of the Whole is scheduled for March 21st, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. This meeting is adjourned. We'll come back at 10:58.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. I'd like to call the council meeting of Monday, March 7th, 2022 to order. Could everyone rise for the playing of the national anthem? Niagara Region and Grimsby are situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Wendourong, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The regional municipality of Niagara and the town of Grimsby stands with all Indigenous peoples, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we are about to live. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, now we need to move I need a mover and seconder to go past the 11 o'clock curfew. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Cadwell. Seconder. Any seconder? This just a procedure, then we vote on it, and so we just read Councillor Frank. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Frank. Resolved that council go past the 11 p.m. curfew. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
No.
Councillor Dunstall,
No.
Councillor Frade,
No.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yep.
Councillor Ritchie is absent. Councillor Sharp,
No.
Councillor Vane,
Yep.
Councillor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's defeated.
All right, so our next meeting of council will be before the committee as a whole on Monday, March 21st. All right, this meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Okay. Good night.
Surfers.